ออนทวิเต็ดไมไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Expand, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri. It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam,
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
let's find this out at the
Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divide, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Haju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon ทวิสเต็ดไมล์ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, Hua Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri. It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no! Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia. Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand have the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, category, Alpine, category, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam!
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall!
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Raju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon ทวิสเต็ดไมล์ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri. It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for a trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia.
afraid, but Cyrus jumps in the back. Even though he doesn't have a CQC weapon, but Artemis, he's going to be doing heavy lifting for the majority of that. Oh, yeah.
Việt Nam mãi đỉnh.
Well, 1v1 X4 from afar. Cypher right now trying to go on the right line. Saves Cyrus, and Cypher will be in trouble. WAG, this might be another win for Vietnam, and there you have it. Takes that booyah. He takes the portal out of there, trying to buy as much time as possible, and all the while, Limit is like, that's totally fine with me, baby.
Messi, so crazy.
Wasana has a lot of work ahead of him. If he's able to 1v4 this easily, as Wasana denies the points running out of the bridge. And now they're looking at McCrory. You are the one who is throwing nades on our back. Let's finish this off here.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It's another Super Sunday for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia fall season. It's Husky alongside the Masashi AJ once more to close out week number 2 of the knockout stage.
It's been a fantastic week. Teams that were doing fantastic in the opening week of the competition seem to be hitting the brakes just a tad bit here. I wonder if this is done on purpose. I wonder if it is just because they cannot afford to pick up any points because other teams are waking up in the competition. At the end of the day, Husky, Southeast Asian level, everybody wants to win it.
Yeah, it's not often that you have Southeast Asia on the map for a game title that the whole world respects. Free Fire is one of those palaces, one of those safe havens. And with the shift of the leaderboard towards the end of yesterday, we can only expect it to get even more heated today.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, AG Global yesterday barely picking up 60 points, whereas they smashed it on week 1. I have no idea exactly what's going on there. But PE Sports, I'm very glad to see that they hit their winning ways once again. I mean, it wasn't a 100-point day for them, but it was a much better recovery. It was a much better showing in comparison to week 1. And that's exactly what we want to see, right? Teams who were not doing so well last week to really put in the effort to climb that leaderboard. Because, I mean, we've got quite the marathon to run here. But the earlier you get up there, it's a tad bit better.
Yeah, we got so many things to kind of run through. When it comes to the knockout stage, we gotta talk about the team list first. Today, we have Group A and Group B. Representing Group A, PE Sports, Buriram United, Esports, AG Global, Indo Stars, Attack All Around, and Vamos.
And of course, in Group B, you've got Falcon, Team Expand, Toda from Malaysia, GOW and Hua from Vietnam, and of course, RRQ, the chart toppers at this point of time from Indonesia. RRQ is just 27 points away from that number 1 spot, but as far as Groups B as well as A is concerned, they are the kings for the day that need to be taken down.
So many threats that I think the rest of the roster, majority of them, will have to look at. And like one of them, I think, is AG, right? They started week 1 very, very strong. In fact, day 1 was dominated by AG Global. Now they are kind of down in 6th spot. You can't say the same for BRU, who are currently sitting in 3rd place. So a lot of points needed to be garnered for the teams at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Buriram's not too far away from that number 1 spot. Yes, they do have RRQ in front of them. Yes, they are 50 points away from RRQ. But catching up for the 2-time world champs should not be much of an issue unless, of course, more of what happened yesterday repeats again today, where a few of the underdogs here are just absolutely done with the dominators now up at the top, and they want to rip it away from them, right? Teams like PE Sports, GOW, you know they are in desperate need of points. All the Malaysian squads, they are in desperate need of points. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of a shake-up here. I mean, obviously, you're not going to see these teams who are in the bottom 6 rise up to fight for the top 5 spots. But at the very least, if they can squeeze themselves into the top 12, that's a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you talk about having a good start to the knockout stage, we have to quickly just look at Expand. Like you mentioned, right? All 3 Malaysian teams are down at the bottom. In fact, 15th to 17th place is occupied by the Malaysian teams. But unfortunately, this is kind of the worst opening that Expand has had in a long-drawn knockout stage. Hopefully they get to recover. A team that's doing well, RRQ Kazu, 2nd place, less than 30 points away from 1st place, which is occupied by Twisted Minds. But good news is that Twisted Minds is not playing today.
Absolutely, man. And RRQ, there's a reason why they're in the second spot with 6 games to go and so close to Twisted Minds. It's because of the consistency from last week into this week, hitting 94 points on the first day of play, 91 points on the second day. And of course, week 2, first day, you also exactly what happened on day 4, 151 points, shattering the record that has been set thus far in the competition and maintaining it thus far. Yesterday, nobody exceeded the 100-point mark.
Yeah, I mean, I argue when they have a good day, when they have a good weekday, looked unstoppable. And even a team like BRU would sort of struggle against them. And these two teams are playing today, and BRU ain't that far away, just 50 points. But we talk about Expand, when we compare them to a team like PE Sports, who is just a spot ahead of them, just a measly 22 points. You can see the numbers favor PE Sports a lot more when it comes to its eliminations and, most importantly, the assists.
Yeah, the one confident thing that we do have here for the side of PE Sports is these boys can really play when they put their hearts and souls into it. Expand on the other, there are some question marks, right? Because huge roster change, we don't really know what we can expect out of the new squad, and they haven't really been proving themselves out there on the battlefield. But of course, we've got 6 more opportunities for them to do exactly that. As usual, the game schedule will cycle through the 5 maps: Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, in that exact order, and then hit, of course, map 6, which is absolutely random.
Yeah, and that's kind of we've seen what the random map can bring for us, and so far it has been surprises after surprises. But just to kind of add on to the dynamics between PE Sports and Expand, these two teams were heavily favored to qualify for EWC just a month plus ago, and both of them did not make it, right? What a tale we have to tell the rest of the audience. So hopefully today it will be a bit different. They both have 6 rounds to prove themselves and climb up the standings and perhaps overtake Heavy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Expand missing out on the Esports World Cup was very, very difficult on them. You know, they were definitely the favorites. We had 9 spots because Twisted Minds had already qualified. So that was a huge drop in terms of the ball for the Malaysian squad. But fingers crossed, you know, we see a little bit better from them. That being said, once again, I have no idea what to expect out of the new roster just yet. But it's not just about Expand. These are the stars you have to look out for today. RRQ's Ma'al, the one guy who whipped 4 MVP titles out from just one solid day of play. That was day 4, just 2 days ago. And that was amazing, right? Because he shattered the record. He's now your #1 player out there.
Absolutely, and even kind of taking a page out of Dew's playbook, right? Just farm the MVPs, farm the booyahs for your squad. But it's good to see Yan Bin on that list as well. The guy has been one of the veterans, the premier from Vietnam, and now being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the greats. Of course, Ma'al, your current leading star to watch, and the only guy that puts the earphone microphone right in front of his lips. So thankfully, you know, the teammates' eardrums are still intact, but the accolades on your screen: 3rd in FFSI 2023, 7th at EWC, not too shabby.
The conversation goes something along the lines of "speak louder" whenever they speak to Ma'al. So he's like, okay, this is exactly how I'm going to solve it. I like it, man. The guy thinks out of the box. It's a style I can rock with for a while. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be prepping up map #1 to kick off for all of y'all. And that's going to be none other than Bermuda. You see, the last week when we had groups A versus B go up against each other, it was not a super heated game, but I hope it's a very different story here in week 2.
Considering how even yesterday, right, teams didn't even make it past 100 points in 6 rounds, it really does showcase that the pace of the game does change depending on the groupings we have. But I believe that today it's going to get a lot more faster, considering that first place is up for grabs.
AG Global were the winners of the Booyah when these two groups took each other on in week 1, scoring 19 eliminations. Massive one for themselves. But this is where Buriram really crashed and burned and couldn't really find that recovery all up until Kalahari. Fingers crossed it's a little bit of a different story for them, especially after the penalty they had to face yesterday. Wasana did a little bit of a boo-boo and he tried to save 1 point, but the squad lost 15.
Yeah, it's not exactly the best odds. So
Yeah.
PRU, we'll see if they can kind of recoup that loss. Again, 50 points, should have been 35 difference, but potato. They are going to completely give away Clock Tower and take Peak instead, which is something that is new. But right off the bat, don't cry, losing his live 7 off to a good start.
That is very bad for PE Sports, but don't cry, it's brought right back in here, all thanks to Wang An. Wang An was spotted out by the Todak player, not so sure as to why he didn't jump on out and make it a 2-0 down. But 7 will find LBT, and they're making this look way too easy. Thankfully, Wang An is there this time for the save, and not too late at all. Didn't need to depend on a revival. Here comes Wings, but gets flipped instantaneously. Wang An just around the corner, has to go up against a Max 7, but Narrow with the Drogon fails to get the job done.
And Huang An still going ham with the Mac 10. LBT drops once more.
Whoa!
Kind of reel it back for the team, but at the end of the day, PE Sports just could not hang on long enough. They just have to take a bow. Todak also suffering some damages, but at least they walk away with 4 points to boot.
My goodness, Wang An was doing everything there. He was getting the revives, he was getting the pickups, he was getting the knocks, eliminations. Unfortunately, the squad just could not keep up with him. But Expand, on the other hand, meeting Team Indostars. Not a huge threat out there on the battlefield thus far, even though Expand is hurt out there on the overall leaderboard. Indostars is doing much, much worse than them. So this might just be a blessing in disguise for the Malaysians very early on in this match.
You can see the Indostar is also a team that has not recovered from that downpour from ever since EWC, right? They had this short partnership stint with Diamond Gladiators, which obviously expired after the Esports World Cup. But even then, they still have been struggling to find a footing, despite having majority the EWC roster. Expands a new roster. So there is definitely a bit of a difference in terms of that experience. But overall, IDS, they gotta pull something out of the bag very quickly.
Shocking how 18Dia hasn't really been able to show us his 1v3 stuff ever since EWC. I mean, the guy was just on a different level back then. Now he's a tad bit capped, perhaps a little disappointed as I speak of it. He goes in a 1v4, tagging up 2 players at the same time. Raf joins him as well. Mikit with the Vector will back away, waiting for the Indostars players to make a mistake. Barricades up against the players of Indostars already. Expand, what is this trap you're trying to set up here?
Trying to just kind of funnel IDS, but there's a secondary entrance, so IDS will take advantage of that. 3 members of Expand losing their lives instantly, and there's just none left. IDS off to a fantastic start, just taking advantage of the secondary entrance from the side, and I think Expand didn't even bother to cover.
Yeah, I was very confused with that defensive play. I thought it was a trap. But clearly, I thought they would try to block off one entrance and then ambush them at the other. But they just blocked up the entrance and then just watched the glue walls. Unfortunate for them. You're not going to win out a gunfight in that way. There must have been a drop in communication or some sort of a confusion for the Malaysian squad. But they'll just have to wait and see if or not they find that recovery. Falcons, on the other hand, Yan Bin. Big start for Hua Esports on week 1. But this is still a decent fight up against the EWC champs. Falcons themselves.
Even Def is desperately trying to get something out of this, but not able to do so. On Fire gets picked back up, and Falcons gets a reset. Even knowing where Death is right now on the map. There's a random GOW member running around. Peter, they're all going to take the launching pad onto the bridge. Def gets delivered to Def. 4 points for Falcons.
Yeah, beautiful play from Falcons here. I mean, they spotted out the guy. They didn't see any other movement on the bridge. One portal goal straight up in front of him. Gets an easy elimination, and they continue that process. They've spotted out the rest of the players on the side of Hua Esports as well. They know those revivals are going to be possible, but 3 points as this team has already been severely hurt, and Falcons are not allowing them to escape.
We know who the lone member of GOW is. It's Dian, who just got taken out by Peter, who has 4 eliminations under his belt. Falcons not done just yet. They know that Hua are basically bruised, severely crippled. There's nothing that Hua Esports can do to take them on, so this is just free farming.
One more. The XM8 needs to keep the distance. It's a tad bit here. Anticipates Poppy around the corner. Poppy gets the first shot, but Peter comes flying out of nowhere. What a distraction. Poppy did not see that coming.
Just fast and decisive, precise.
My God.
Execution. Even Yanbin got taken up by Jonah off screen, so Hua Esports is having a horrible time. Turn our attention to Toda against attack all around at Clock Tower. This fight is going to be very important, especially for Toda.
See exactly what attack all around can do with the setup here. Poon got up on top with the MP40. Jump got down below. Limit 7 trying to find a sniping spot. Hasn't gotten into position just yet. Could be playing decoy as well. This is a tad bit confusing. He's got the M82B. It's not in a house. At a disadvantage at this point of time limit. And the rest of the players, though, they are in position, just waiting for Toda to show up from those windows.
Trying to clear the corners as well, as much as they can. I think they have established the majority of Toda are on the second floor, not accounting for 7, who is on the exact opposite building. So attack all around, playing it safe. Realize that there's no need to commit to this. Plenty of time and space to work with.
This is such a smart plan here. And you did mention 7 was going to be the threat. And he's been spotted out already. Brilliant play from attack all around. Not falling for the trap the Malaysian set up. Instead, trying to disarm them by going for the wraparound up against 7. 7 says, nope, no can do. Joins the rest of his team members. Now all 4 of them on that second floor. Perhaps like tossing grenades at fishes here in a small, tiny barrel. Attack all around could finish this off right here. But unfortunately, like you can see, Jump God doesn't really have the lethals on him.
I think that stalemate is going to carry on for a while more. But AG Global is going to be facing off against Indo Stars very quickly. Both teams tanking the blue. Of course, Caramel going on a recon mission, just zooming past IDS. They could set up a crunch. The rest of AG Global coming in, attempting to flush IDS, who are split apart on this battlefield.
AG Global for sure needs solid points here today after not really showing up strong yesterday. Raf tried to wrap around, almost got Caramel, but Stop was in the right place, right time, but so was Raz. The backstab is perfect, and the M1040 puts him down. Raz now, unfortunately, could not follow that up as Cypher shows up. Back and forth we go, but Indostar's the one suffering the worst side of this engagement.
1 second earlier and he would have been able to save Stop, but AG Global still has a man advantage over Indostars. Caramel on the second floor of the building, same one as Liam and Dew just taking point. This is a good position to be in. You get to see both members of IDS no matter where they go, but Dew wants to push the envelope a bit more. Around the corner is going to be 18 Deer. Caramel also on the offense. 18 Deer under massive pressure. And Dew, with the amount of referee, dashes past the dome. The time turner only buying some time. Dew now in a 1v1 in and out. Dew with the turnaround still. Not able to get the knock. In fact, he is losing now, but touches it at the very end.
10 HP is all Dew had. What a play that was. Time turner first, and then the glue walls leaving a small, tiny little gap, and that gap has thwarted so many defensive plays as they try to patch themselves up, and Dew did not wait to use his medkit. Instead, just stood by, and he was absolutely right with that guess. What a play from Dew.
A fight to the death. Speaking of that, attack all around, not having the best time either. They wanted to stand off with Todak, but GOW and RQ Kazu are now in the vicinity. And Foki is completely trapped. Like, what do you do in this position?
Yeah, goodness me. And RRQ tossing those nades at Folky as well. Todak knows that somebody's in that house. They can't do much as GOW's watching their window. A 3-way fight. And we can't even say it's a 4-way because Folky's just not a part of this engagement. He's like, leave me out of this first.
Straight out unfair for Foki. Just have to hold his breath, say his prayers. This is a tough spot to be in. RQ Kazu, they don't have to rush. I think you can say the same for everyone else in the vicinity. The mark placed on GOW's head as well. First team to move on forward and perhaps open up this Pandora's box of a chaos.
Yeah, Foki's just saying, somebody make your move. Just don't come towards me. And I think he might just get his wish here because the players on the side of RRQ, they may just move in towards Toda. Seems to be a smarter route to take instead of just laying themselves open with that left-hand side flank, which will put them at risk from snipes from the side of Toda as well as the team right in front, GOW. And now GOW posing a tiny little threat here as well, just rotating behind Toda. But that's just not gonna put Toda in a better position at all. Indostars joining this party as well. It's gonna get very difficult to move around.
Literally turning Clock Tower into a hot spot. GOW, they want to move backwards, but the exit kind of cut off by Indostars. But even when you look at IDS, they're not exactly out in the clear. PE Sports losing LBT in the process. And Nero, he's trying to drive through the blue, but there's AG in front of him and he doesn't even have enough health to make the full journey. So that's a free point over to Star. PE Sports are just scattering into the wind and out in the zone as well.
And AG Global 7 eliminations strong. Moving away from Factory. They've got a vehicle on them. They don't really want to be gatekeeping teams at this point of time. Circle 3, soon to Circle 4. But that standoff that we saw at Clock Tower earlier is going to be a war zone shortly as both AG as well as Indostars try to make their way into the next safe zone.
PE Sports also knocked out as well. Christmas came early for AG Global. That free vehicle delivered to AG just like that, and that means they have 3 to make that fast rotation. And Vamos, on the other hand, under heavy pressure from Falcons. Peter in their faces, but Peter gets knocked down first on fire. Comes to back it up, but good backstab from Jun. Ramiao holds his ground. Falcons could not make the offense happen, and Vamos holds their ground.
Not terrible offense by Falcons. They just ran in there one after the other like a Bollywood movie. They all got knocked down. Vamos, great play. And initially what forced that scramble was Kathizi as well as his Riptide Rhythm. Double Riptide Rhythm, forcing the players on the side of Falcons just to react to that situation. But now Jun down on the ground. McRory will be able to find that reversal as well with the grenade launcher, and Coscu out of nowhere pops him with the Trogon. Can Ramiel find one back for himself? Very low on HP. Coscu just couldn't do much, leaving Peter as the final survivor.
Very, very well done. I'm not sure if this has been stated, but it's so good to see Ramiel and McRory play again on the same team after being absent for a season or 2. But this hot zone, this tourist hotspot continues to get more and more crowded. Even Attack All Around has somehow gotten Poongod back into the action. And if you're Todak, you got to start feeling the heat. Teams are converging to your compound. That is the safest spot right now.
And Poongod just ran to the exact same house that Toda is occupying down on the ground floor. I'm not too sure if it was to tease the players or to grab his loot that he left behind. Surprised if the Toda players did not already grab that away from his loot box. Of course, we wait to see who starts this chaos. This is just 10 teams. Circle 5 is soon upon us, and there are just way too many survivors here.
Way too many people for this area to handle. It's about to get very crowded. It's like a pandemic. Very, very contagious, this chaos. AG Global about to face off against GOW on one side. Attack All Around somehow staying still. BRU has arrived at the scene. Vamos now joining in from the north side. Oh man, this could just come down to one big mess. This is a mosh pit.
Did somebody like send out a message to everyone? Just hold fire until we get to the 5th circle. A couple of teams didn't get the memo. 2 squads out already. Hey, grenades! AG Global doesn't eat any. And GOW, what a Riptide Rhythm. Stop loses his defense. Dian backs that at P40, and Dian still goes down. What a play by Stop. And the Riptide Rhythm will not pull its full effect as AG Global not just survives, but shut down GOW's offensive play.
Another knee and Riptide Rhythm combo took Stop out, but the time turner was the difference maker. Stop doesn't even lose his life, so at the end of the day, AG Global still holds strong despite having limited space to work with. What a hold on this corner, and even turning the fight over to GOW. Falcons knocked out in 10th place. GOW might soon to follow. Iza could not save his teammate, but Moshi lands a 6 shot from afar, making the threat of BRU known.
Oh, they are absolutely teasing AG Global. First with the grenade, now with the snipe. But of course, that has not resulted in an elimination. And Buriram wants to make sure it does. Cypher down. Stop eliminated as well. View the next player, and he gets busted. AG Global down by Buriram. What an aggressive play.
AG Global made the best out of that situation, out of the limited spot that they have. Can't really blame them. BRU just made the better decision. But Vamos, they are right in the middle. This could be between them and BRU, who takes the portal go onto the roof with Vamos on the ground floor, and gives BRU a very, very good bird's eye view over RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, prime position for Moshi. RRQ Kazu spotted out already. Now Buriram knows exactly who's going to be the contender for their Booyah on this map, the Indonesians. But as they get spotted out, RRQ quickly makes that move, being forced in by the blue as well. Nobody there to stop them, and Attack All Around are in prime position to take those shots, but they're just looking out the wrong window.
And BRU doing the same as well. They're looking at Todak, right? They got the knock. Then actually gets a return onto Moshi. So this is going to dampen BRU's tempo a bit. Abai takes that opportunity to knock down Wasana. There's 2 members of BRU down. Wasana gets picked back up very quickly. Riptide Rhythm also forces a couple of glue walls out from the Thai Giants as IDS decides to join the fight. Raz takes out the rest of GOW.
That's still well hidden. Get high, playing a very high risky play here by moving towards the very edge of the roof, exposing his head to Razor. Razor whipped out. That Woodpecker does not decide to take those shots. At the same time, Hua Esports just staying away from the thick of all of this hot action, just hoping and praying for that final moment.
This monster truck being called down by BRU could be the difference maker, right? Kind of set up extra checkpoints, extra choke points, defense that you can use with the vehicle itself. Now Hua makes their move straight into RRQ Kazu. Time turner thrown out very early on just to negate the utilities coming out from RRQ Kazu for now, who have been playing a slow game thus far. Only 2 eliminations, but still plenty more to collect.
I think this is a record. Like, the 18 players in the final circle is insanity. Now down to 16, 17 players as Indostars bow out as well, all thanks to Hua Esports and their phenomenal rotation in towards this final zone. Indostars just barricading themselves in, but that is not the center of the circle. They are going to be in trouble when the zone starts clipping them shortly.
Actual dynamic duo from IDS. Instead of a Riff Raff, it's Raz Raff. With Raz having 5 eliminations already. Just taking that ground floor. It's going to be a hard final circle. As BRU takes some chip damage from cluster grenades. Look at that portal go. RRQ Kazu once thinking of getting something done, and they're gonna go on top of the roof. Razor Abai, they're gonna show up right now, even take the monster truck away. Razor repositions the vehicle to provide his team a bit of cover. Goose now joins BRU, looking to get overwhelmed, get high falls. Razor with initial knock, and what a takeover from RRQ Kazu. Wasana forced to flee with the Tatsuya dashing around the roof, bring around the road, goes into the vehicle, gets shot out, blown to bits. Wasana hanging on by a thread, surrounded by his own blue walls. Abai will not let him get away. BRU are getting torn apart.
That circle closes in now. Medkit gameplay for everybody else. RRQ right on top of the roof. This is a huge vantage point to start patching themselves right back up. But 2 players can go down hunting for more eliminations. Abai in the thick of the action goes in, popping off. Yan Bin down. Folky right outside, cannot hurt anyone. Razor meets him halfway through, and RRQ slaying all the way to the very end. Poon got up top. Does he grab the booyah? Razor says no. Dud says no. RRQ start the day with a bang.
Oh my goodness, what a final sequence. RRQ Kazu. From the moment they decide to take a portal go onto the roof to overwhelm BRU, and not just that, Dude started applying medkit onto himself way before the blue zone touches him, just to get a head start, and that actually bought enough time for him to not only participate in the final fight but survive with a sliver of health. The most minute of details, giving the Indonesian team a head start in this final day of week 2.
And personally trying to put an end to the team that's trying to catch them on that second spot as well. Buriram United Esports up on top on that roof. Like you said it, Husky. Portal go to meet the biggest threat on the battlefield, and they were the biggest threat even before RRQ got there, right? When they were trying to rotate in for that final circle as well. Buriram could have caught them off guard, but thankfully there was so much of distraction all around them. Buriram was looking the wrong way that allowed RRQ in, and they did not waste any time in those final moments.
Could not have gotten better for RRQ. Even when they dropped down into the center of the circle, there was just enough glue wall from everyone else who is present in that area to keep them safe. They actually got saved by Hua Esports glue wall. They got saved by Attack All Around's glue wall and a couple of their own. But RRQ, who started this round very, very slow, only 2 eliminations before the final sequence, suddenly just came online, and all the prep work that they've done before that, all the utilities touting onto the roof to fish out the BRU members, get some intel, finally paid off. And that's just the tactical brilliance that they have shown us.
RRQ's just living true to their name as the team that is just so good at finding that final circle, always focusing on the placements, never focusing on the aggressive plays, always staying quiet till at least the 3rd or 4th circle. This one was a unusually quiet game for them, but of course it guarantees them those placement points that they are hunting down for, and rightfully so, right? 196 eliminations, but 160 points when it comes to placement, and that is the highest in comparison to any of the other teams out there.
And the 160 placement points is inclusive of this booyah, right? If you take that away, if you take the booyah away from game 1, they still have 100 and 48 placement points, and is still in first place. So you hit the nail on the head. One of the best survivors out there, and one thing that they've been lacking is the eliminations, but they've been able to make up for it. All those frags coming through, really showing us that RRQ has been evolving over time, and they're continuing to do so.
End of day 4, they were in the number 1 spot, got sneaked away by Twisted Minds yesterday, but unfortunately for Twisted Minds, it was not a massive day. It wasn't a 130 points day, right? It was just somewhere below okay, because Twisted Minds is capable of so much more, and that has now given RRQ yet another fantastic opportunity on a silver platter to grab that number 1 spot. Their only threat is Buriram, but by the looks of things, Buriram is not super aggressive just yet, right? We saw the aggression a little bit to wipe out AG Global, but apart from that, it was just very, I call this a tame Buriram towards that final circle.
But I think it's also the effect of RRQ willing to take on that challenge, right? If not, I think BRU would have probably gotten a lot more points. But I want to hear what RRQ has to say about that win.
Finally, Indonesian teams got booyah! After yesterday in the match day 5, Indonesian team no booyah, and congratulations for RRQ Kazu! This is the first booyah in the first match. Wow! And I want to chit chat first with you about your team, of course. What's your preparation for today?
Kita mau ngobrol-ngobrol dikit sama kamu. Apa sih persiapan tim kamu untuk hari ini?
Persiapan tim kita joget TikTok aja tadi.
Alright. So our preparation is just dancing on TikTok.
Dancing on TikTok. Okay. I'm wondering. Okay, so how confident are you to move Twisted Mind from the overall standings?
Seberapa percaya diri kamu atau kalian untuk ngegeser Twisted Mind ke bawah dari overall standing?
Percaya diri kita 100%.
We are 100% confident.
I really like your confidence. So, last but not least, from your prediction, how many booyah from Indonesian team today?
Berdasarkan prediksi kamu nih, kira-kira ada berapa kali booyah yang akan didapetin sama tim Indonesia?
Kemungkinan 4.
It's probably gonna be 4 booyah.
Alright, we will see later because we still have 5 games today. So, for our caster, take it away.
Humble but confident, that's exactly what RRQ is. How many booyahs for the Indonesian squads? They don't say just for themselves, right? 4 booyahs, but they definitely can guarantee you that they'll overtake Twisted Minds in that number 1 spot. I mean, at the end of the day, they're just 7 points away. Both you and I seem to think so from the predictions, Husky.
Without a shadow of doubt, I think looking at RRQ's performance just throughout the the first 5 days, it's very safe to say that Twisted Mind is not going to be in first place for a long time, right? I mean, RRQ is about to take over them if they can just have a mediocre round for game 2, but they just need 3 more booyahs to fulfill the promise, the prediction they had for today. Maybe across the board, maybe they can get more. The most we had was 5 booyahs in a single day by BRU. Maybe RRQ can finally break that record.
Oh my goodness, dude, they almost did so, right? They almost went there to the 5 booyah range on day 4, and they had the perfect map for randoms. It was Bermuda. That was the only map they did not secure a booyah yet on that day, and it was unfortunate. They got the 2nd place. It's good enough, you know, you gotta be thankful, but it was just not enough to really blow people's minds, right? But, you know, phenomenal performance from RRQ. I'm just a tad bit afraid they pull a Buriram like last season, where you dominate the group stage, you get to the finals, you don't really do much, because if you look at their history, EWC, previous, Free Fire World Series, Southeast Asia, Spring season as well, it was roughly around that sort of a storyline. I'm looking for them to change it this time around.
I think Indonesian fans kind of resonate with that statement, right? Wholeheartedly. Every single time when push comes to shove, when it matters the most, when the chips are on the table, RRQ Kazu just couldn't hack it. So this is still a good start. I mean, at the end of the day, at least it gives you some hope that RRQ Kazu is fixing a lot of the small errors that we've been kind of harping on for so many seasons. But MVP for game 1, Abai, not the most of eliminations because this is a slower round, but overall able to deal massive damage alongside 7 headshots.
I mean, crazy stuff, right? I mean, he is just absolutely able to get his aim on point, and the damage from that is going to be pretty massive as well. That definitely helps the rest of his team members pick up those eliminations along his side. Let's take a quick breakdown of some of the skills that he brings in here as well, right? Bursting around on that Tatsuya as one of those rushers out there. You know that's the key factor for all of those aggressive engagements. Also allows him to be flexible enough to get away from the thick of the action sometimes.
Even with the Awakened Andrew at hand, and you couple that up with the Trekkie, it's all about information gathering. And for RRQ Kazu, they only have 1 Trekkie in hand, but they have 2 Alphron. So overall, when you come down to this very tight zones, these final sequences, to face up against RRQ Kazu is a major headache because it really feels like you have nowhere to safely hide. Can't heal because it exposes you, and even if you try to hide, Alphron will probably clear out all those tight corners for the team.
And of course, this is not the only game for the squad. This is not the only game for all the teams out there. It's just first match of the day. Elimination leaders wise, not anybody is going to be outshining the others just yet. But surprisingly, Peter is right here. Falcons, they got taken down a tad bit early. We couldn't see them in that final circle sequence. Fingers crossed, Purgatory is a much different situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, Peter himself, I mean, got like what, 4 eliminations, or it could be all 5. And then game 2, and then afterwards, towards the end, fizzled out a little bit. Coming into game 2, I expect the same for Veracity from Peter, same as Reza and Ras as well. I think all the premier rushers have really gotten off to a hot start.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, at the same time, you have to make sure you can maintain this momentum as well, right? You don't want to go 100% on your first game and then kind of clunk out. It seems like all of the teams were so proficient at playing that game of survival this time. You very rarely see so many of those squads into that final circle, into that final compound. But Clock Tower just served as the perfect defensive base for many of them to continue surviving until, of course, that final epic chaos. In terms of key players for this match, 2,921 damage out of Moshi. Falcons once again with Peter on the 5 eliminations. And Hua showing up, but not as much as I expected, Husky.
I think, the Vietnamese teams in game 1 at least have been having a rough time, right? Hua, PE Sport, GOW have been on this revival spree. They didn't really get much space to work with. But RRQ Kazu starting it off with 20 points, followed by Indostars, who also went on an absolute tear, getting themselves 18, followed by BRU and Attack All Around, getting 15 each. But Vamos with 14, that is a great opening.
I mean, Vamos is just outshining themselves. Fingers crossed they can keep up this momentum. But down at the bottom, PE Sports once again kind of crashing out alongside GOW. This is something that they need to fix instantaneously. Falcons, especially if they want to go and work for the top 3 spots, because week 1 wasn't very kind to them. You know, their play yesterday wasn't as explosive as we expected it to be. There was a little bit of a recovery, but I expected that full recovery to be here today. Right now, they're in the 9th spot, so they've got a long journey ahead of them in the next 5 games.
I think the one that hurts the most is definitely Expand getting 0 points, right? We saw that exchange between them and Indostars, and it was painful. It was a super painful sequence to watch if you're an Expand fan. And Vamos now overtaking them in 15 spots, just moving up 1 step at a time, not too far behind PE. And then you have to bridge that big gap to get to GOW. But for now, I think Vamos, they're on the right track.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, congratulations, RRQ. They keep setting the record here. 6 Booyahs now, the most in the competition. Everybody else trying to hunt them down. But I don't think RRQ is in the mood to allow them to catch up, right? The way they were maneuvering around, the way they were playing their fights out there, it was very clear that they want to be as defensive as possible, loot up as max as possible, and then get into those final few circles, final few sequence of action to rip away all of those fights. They don't mind getting aggressive now, but only towards those final few circles. And that's the kind of move I really like and respect. RRQ kind of perfecting that along the way.
Yeah, and I think RRQ Kazu, when it comes to these post-quarter combats, the decision making has been great so far. Right? EWC, they finished 7th, obviously kind of on the bottom half of the leaderboard on the 2nd page, but they have shown some brilliance right now, I think they've definitely polished on that, right? Just being able to make decisions. When you listen back to the mic checks of week 1, you can hear RRQ Kazu very composed in crucial moments, and that's exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you know, EWC RRQ's performance in the finals, I definitely did not see that one coming. But at the same time, I did not see EVOS Divine being one of the better squads out there from Indonesia, right? But that's exactly what it is. On that one final day, on the grand finals day, 6 games is all it takes. Yes, you do have point rush. Yes, you do have some bonus start points, but that's not really going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Looking at how some of these teams really set the distance between each other on just one solid day of play. So if you can get it done like RRQ did on day 4 of FFWS SEA 4, then perhaps you can count yourself the winner already. This is just them trying to do the exact same in here on the final day for week 2 as well.
And I think the craziest thing about Free Fire so far is that the margins are always so thin, right? It always feels so close towards the very end of a grand finals, and just when you thought it couldn't get any more intense, it just keeps kind of tugging at your heartstrings. EWC, we had 5 potential winners, right? Booyah would decide the team that hoisted the trophy at the end, and you just think to yourself, how much more tighter can it get?
And of course, as we set Purgatory up, you guys just saw the top 3 teams within this map. Twisted Minds was a part of it, but let me tell you from groups B and A who you should be looking out for. It is RRQ, Attack All Around, as well as AG Global. These are the top 3 point grabbers on Purgatory. So this is good news overall for RRQ after the Booyah on Bermuda.
Yeah, and you look at the head-to-head as well. RRQ Abe and Attack All Around, Jump God. This one, I think, enough said, RRQ Abe having a way better time overall. And I think individually as a player, you look at the player growth, the player journey for both teams. Jump God at one point was one of the best, right? I mean, Attack All Around has won a world trophy before, but Abe, the rising star, youngest player of the region, now really stepping it up over the seasons, and I don't think he's done yet.
No. He's definitely not done yet. He's just warming up. The biggest problem here is probably going to be that age factor, right? Sometimes, you know, in heated situations, how do you keep yourself cool, calm, and composed? If he can figure that out early, if he can make sure nothing can rock his confidence, if he can use all of this group stage, the knockout stage, days plays to its maximum potential, then perhaps he can stand a better chance at the finals this time around.
I mean, to see how this is going to pan out, because I think RRQ Kazu, if day 4 is kind of a prelude to what they are truly capable of, and they've already started it off strong in map 1, this could only get tougher for every other squad out there. Purgatory is where we're heading to the next biggest map of the competitive map pool. Let's see what the teams have in store for us.
A very soft game, although they do grab the Booyah in match number 1 for RRQ. I still expect a little bit of ramp up for them, and the only reason why we can cut them some slack for not having a... Come on, that's dirty. That's dirty production. Now we know they've got 0 eliminations. They are struggling. But of course, speaking of which, you know, fingers crossed, Expand finds a little bit of a better time out here on Purgatory as well.
Hopefully so. I think on this map, they are not their best, but definitely not their worst. They can pull their own weight. Starting with the drop zone, though, very, very populated towards the southern side. Attack all around. Hua, Falcons, Expand. It really feels like RRQ Kazu are the only one that has some privacy on their own on the southern end. But IDS about to take on AG Global.
AG Global, but Expand's just in a tad bit more of a difficult situation. We'll catch up with them in a little bit. Raz! The sidestep Cypher and had his back the whole time. Cypher just did not see that one coming. Will continue to top up the health of his partner, as well as Liam finds Caramel with the Vector. InnoStars is blasting AG Global out of this area.
We need 2 back-to-back 1v1s, but AG Global didn't really drop together as a squad, so gotta take the L. Attack all around against Expand. Achap wanted to look for limit, couldn't find the finisher. Has to use a Tatsuya dash around the corner to at least do a bit more damage, but did not achieve so. Jump God with the takedown. Attack all around, also starting it off with 2 points.
Oh, here they come. Hua East. But the R1 attack all around. Just way too smart. Instantly with the R1 scan. Now they know they're about to be ambushed. They drop away with the defense. Also shutting down Shin from that left-hand side who was going in for the flank. This is attack all around at their very best. They have now thwarted an ambush from Hua Esports. How can they counter this?
I think the onus now is on Hua. In fact, do they want to go for the push? Because attack all around, it doesn't seem like they're backing down. In fact, they will take over the space to make sure that Hua Esports doesn't get any more liberty of just walking into the compound unannounced like that. Even putting limit on the side, and Shin is going to be the one that tries to flush him out. This is a very, very good position to be in.
Well, Shin on the opposite house with the RGS 50. First grenade does not find the connection. Second one finds the clip onto Foki, and he says hasta la vista. Out of the window he goes. But Shin did not spot out limit. This still is an advantage to the attack all-around player. Foki circling around, but Poppy posing a lot of threat here to Poongod. Pulls up a good solid glue wall and backs up Jump God as well. Poppy with a break mid play. Foki shows up, shuts him down. Yanbin, Shin's bit picked up already, and now two more survivors here from Hua Esports as their very aggressive maneuver falls apart.
Making the instant call to back off and get that revive. Death will be brought back, but they only have enough for one revive, so Hua will just have to somehow weather the storm, but attack all around. Coming in full force, taking out Shin. 5 eliminations. Yanbin somehow gets a there pump. The Jump God will get the exchange. Hua left with just Death.
I wonder if Death, since he's only got 200 coins on him, is going to use that revival platform or not. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen anybody go in for it. So just show us a good time, Death.
I mean, pocket market, you know, the abundance of coins, it just makes life so much easier. I don't want to be standing out there, you know, for a good deal of time. And we've seen teams falling and they go for the revival platform. It's a bit redundant, but I do believe it has its uses. This Vamos, Sana, that's a good shot. Moshi finding Ray Miao. Katzi just right outside of the shack, but cannot get any shots in.
Wasana's just so quick with his maneuvers. Kathizi just can't seem to spot him out. My goodness, back up from afar. Kathizi tagged up, a sliver of health left on him. Wasana continues the ambush, and McRory shot at Jun. No tags on him, and Jonah with the Bison trying to survive has got a little bit of backup from Mochi and Get High from afar. That AUG just absolutely thunderous. Ramiel drops back in. Jonah spots him out, going in here for the hunt. Ramiel, can you survive? That's the biggest question. Good solid blue wall, but the man must be broke on that revival. He backs away, hoping and praying to survive. He's got a vending machine to play with, but probably no coins at all.
Just gonna take that vehicle. Let's see if we can get out of this.
That's
2 straight shots from Jonah right to the dome, but not enough to bring Ramiel down, so he lives to tell the tale for now. How BRU took that fight was just splendid, right? They had Jonah pushing, everyone else just playing from long range, and Vamos seemingly does not have a room or info, and Zen, in fact, puts Ramiel to bed, so Vamos doesn't even get the chance to recover.
Attack all around now up against RRQ. Jump got shot from afar, takes Ma'al's head right off, but Razor does find that response. The connection takes away one life. Folky now in a very sticky situation. FGL's gonna melt down a base. Good glue wall. Folky circles around, but since it's all glass here at this assault bunker, Abe knows exactly what to expect. Just needs one good solid shot. Has got the Drogon. Tatsuya burst, finds the first connection, and Razor is there for the backup. Folky stood no chance. 2 more players up top on the hill. Can't really do much in this engagement.
See RQ Kazu still going for the wraparound. Limit not doing too good. Had to put down the glue wall. Also, Tatsuya dash across the road, but just like Limit. What a distraction. It isn't enough. Mao shows up. You don't do that to my teammate. It's a hit and run, but at least Limit took out Dude. Jungle now isolated, surrounded. More angles. RQ Kazu cleans up house.
This one is so dangerous for attack all around. One more out of the equation. Attack all around, I believe. One more survivor out there on the battlefield. In the meantime, GOW going up against Falcons. Coscu cooking up the grenade. SDN tosses one straight towards Peter. Coscu's nade does not find anybody as it detonates. He's a little bit too far away from all of this action. Needs to quickly make his way around. I see a portal go, and possibly he's beamed himself across the battlefield. And yes, he has, towards that right-hand side, which gives him a good vantage point up against Coscu and Peter.
CGOW, how are they going to handle this? Blue zone behind him. This is the first one for now. The Falcons taking the fight straight to GOW, not giving the space to breathe, and Peter sustaining heavy damage. Need to heal up a bit for now. GOW understands that. Willing to slow down the pace for now. Team Falcons, they're going to back off, realizing they don't need to push the envelope. And Demon might run past 1, 2, 3 members of Falcons. Somehow sneaking through into On Fire, gets overwhelmed by one more. Very unfortunate timing for GOW. Forced into this fight against Falcons.
He had the idea, the execution is a tad bit off. Almost got one for the squad, but instead ended up being sacrificed himself. Coscu circles around, spots out Tan, gets the tags on the back, and now a sliver of health. And nothing much he can do. Yes, he can. Glue wall, solid play. Just at the window, so Coscu and On Fire, they get distracted for a tad bit. That slows them down just a sliver. And the man's out. He uses the tires to get up on top of the roof, and no one can find him at the moment.
Yeah, looking to bulldoze their way through GOW, but at the end of the day, Falcons are still on the hunt. Kazuya dash 180 around the corner, sees Tan, and this time he is not getting away. On Fire with the secure and 2 points for Falcons after all those efforts.
I mean, it was a very, very smart play. Bought enough time for the rest of his team members to get away. Far away with all of the moments Tan pulled that distraction. I mean, one of the best defensive plays we've seen in a while, just to play that distraction. Now, PE Sports just eating nades delivered by Buriram. From the opposite side, Moshi finding Wang An as well. How unfortunate.
Just the vantage point advantage, right? And even from that distance, you gotta be incredibly accurate. BRU, of course, one of those teams. Delivery service from Expand into the building where Todak is at, and forcing Todak to perhaps move into PE Sports, who also getting completely chunked out left, right, and center. And look at top of the hill, BRU might just come in for the biggest feast of their lives.
Yeah, the question is, does Buriram know there are 3 teams doing battle here? Send down on the ground, Traps goes in for the save. In the meantime, PE Sports meets Expand as they try to get away from the thick of the action. Achap will find Traps. Axel shuts down Wings. Make it a sacrifice a tad bit here. Captain Too Fast can't find 7 just yet. Glue wall melted, and he gets half his health chipped away as well. But 7 barely any HP left on himself. Will fall. Todak gets annihilated, and PE Sports want to continue, but Buriram is here to wipe both of them out.
Yeah, they've been observing this commotion, and now they know it's their chance. The gunfire has died down. Means teams have started to fall, and BRU looking to collect for themselves. Auto go used by Expand. They're gonna relocate on top of the roof away from BRU. By some distance from behind was Sana attack, but no knocks just yet. Expand with a good decision making to find themselves a bit of respite and allowing themselves to be far away from BRU.
Smart play coming through from Expand. And production is still taking pot shots at Expand, giving us some fun facts that this team has got the lowest average eliminations in the competition thus far. Yes, no surprises there at all. But let's see if or not they can make a little bit of a name for themselves here in a 4v4 up against Buriram. Great Riptide Rhythm will break down all of the glue walls from up top. Wasana doesn't want to allow them to get away just yet. Quickly pushes on forth with that combination of Cassie.
BRU has issued an official duel. That means Expand will be forced to take them on a full-blown 4v4. A tough one nonetheless for this bunch of rookies. Fresh blood from the Malaysian scene. BRU losing the glue wall thanks to the glue wall melters. Have to pull back a little bit. Vehicle use as well. 2 fans are around the corner. There's 2 vehicles. They're looking to evacuate this location with Mikit putting on the glue wall to provide cover. The great escape from Expand. And I think it's going to be a success. They are far away from BRU.
That's a super success, and it was all about that final glue wall that was set up before that sniper took the shot up against the vehicle. But now as they try to get away, AT Global finding a couple of shots on them as well. This is one of the sneakiest moves we have ever seen Expand play. They perhaps cannot annihilate just yet, but as long as they can find that survival out here in a good game of Free Fire, you know they'll stay alive.
Literal jailbreak moment for Expand. So well coordinated. It feels like they are all kind of in sync with their movements, right? 2 drivers, 1 to provide cover with the glue wall, and just the bait and switch. Mikin was about to be taken down, but again, the backup coming in time. Expand will live to see another day. RQ Kazu have just found Peter, and Coscu is to be able to pick him back up for now, but with the blue zone on their back, this is not a good spot for Falcons to be in.
Falcons outside the circle. Gate capped by RRQ, but a good solid play with the portal go. Beams them across. One more from afar though. M82B finds a double connection, and now from the flip side of things, On Fire tried, but Ma'al said hell no. And he will get taken out! Peter! Instant retribution! Retribution shuts down Ma'al, but he's gonna get picked up. Question is, will one more find that rescue? Coscu cooking up the grenade already, goes in for a toss, finds absolutely no one.
It's a 1-for-1 so far by RRQ. They themselves are starting to take a heap of damage from Falcons, but slowly pushing through IDS, spoiling the fun as his 18-year takes down Dude, so RRQ calling it quits, expand. In fact, past demons catching up to the BRU. They issue a duel, and that means you have to take them on. And BRU, the clear winners of this exchange. Complete wipeout onto expand.
Yeah, Buriram says you can run, but you cannot hide. They hunt them down eventually, even though those two vehicles were on the side of expand and wipe them out. But now up against AG Global. Buriram, they are outnumbered, but Moshi is not too far away as long as he's got those snipes in hand. Falcon, though, out in the off the equation in the 8th spot. AG Global can't find Buriram as this huge thick wall laid out between them is gonna be quite a huge obstacle.
CBRU going to play around this big structure. Demon somehow getting Vasana. GOW making it tough for BRU, and that gives AG Global man advantage, and GOW can continue to spoil the fun. BRU realizing they cannot cross the wall without any sort of interference. Gonna second guess that. Hua Esports on the other hand facing off against IDS, but somehow takes 18 Deer out of the picture first.
And they take a portal go. Question is, where does that portal go lead them out to? We have to keep an eye on Hua Esports here. 4 eliminations in hand, and now all up against Indo Stars from down bottom. They do not have a vantage point. 18 Deer gets clipped. Yanbin looking for that finisher. He does have that woodpecker in his hands for that response, and Moshi getting caught between 4 players of GOW, but 2 GOW players get taken down from afar. This has to be AG. AG shutting them down one after the other as Moshi provide a little bit of distraction. Buriram unfortunately helping AG pick up extra points.
And AG in the meantime being the biggest winners because they also took out GOW. Top 4 teams remain. And AG Global, one of them with a full squad left alive.
Oh my.
Still need to make a trip into the circle though, pretty far from them, with Hua and IDS waiting on the other side.
Yeah, Hua is gonna luck out here as the circle looks for them. Grenade tossed towards Hua Esports, just a glue wall melter. A little shot at that as well, but that is going to be preventing Hua Esports from approaching Indostars. A smart preventive play coming through from the Indonesians. In the meantime, Hua Esports spotting out AG, who try to make it down to the bottom of the hill, gets those shots on point and forces AG to go back up and engage with Indostars instead.
See AG Caramel, he's not looking too good from behind. It's going to be IDS. It's a full rush. The aim from the side of Dio getting a good shot. Stopping Leave in his tracks. Caramel still needs help though. Is he picked back up? Dio in the meantime knocked down by the blue zone. Sacrificing himself for the betterment of the team. But can IDS take this opportunity to steamroll through AG? Seems like that is the case. With 2 AG members down, but Hua from behind, seemingly looking to pick up the pieces left behind by AG and IDS. 18 Deer gets shot. Raph is no more. Hua Esports with the perfect opportunity to take that booyah for themselves.
I mean, it was a situation of, do we want to sit and wait in this circle, or do we want to step out towards the danger zone and take the fight to them? The answer was the latter, and Hua Esports got that right option made for themselves. Not a massive game for them. 8 eliminations in total. 12 from the Booyah gives them 20, but it's good enough to stay a threat in the competition. They had a massive first week, kind of slouched off after that. So this is a good start for the climb back up.
We were giving them a lot of praises, right? A team that kind of, after a rebrand, looked like a super team, and they slumped towards the end of week 1, but again, recovery seems to be in place, at least towards the very end, where they had seemingly the worst position compared to the other 2 teams, but took advantage of the chaos to net themselves a win.
Yeah, one of the few teams that runs the Cassie, working on the teamwork out of that basic therapy, and that healing bond is what allows them to be a little aggressive in these engagements. But it's a little bit different if you see how teams like Buriram use the Cassie out there, right? You don't really see Hua Esports going out for a hunt like how Buriram does usually.
Just what a finisher. Again, is the same scenario as RQ Kazu from game 1, where they had a very slow round, so there's not much elimination count at the very end. Most of the points came from the Booyah itself. And I guess that's the story for today so far, right? Teams that are just willing to be patient will be able to pick up the eventual win. But that also means that teams like BRU, Falcons, Attack All Around, and even HB Global, who went berserk from the get-go, are able to make up for lost placement points simply through elimination.
Absolutely, and of course, I would argue that this is a little boring in comparison to week 1 when these two groups took each other on. Those were some explosive matches, multiple eliminations. But the problem is that was week 1. Some teams were more than ready, some other teams not ready at all. But now everybody is on equal footing. Everybody has dipped their toes into the water. It's not a shock to them anymore. The cold of all of that liquid in there, and they are just absolutely swimming around like free fishes. 18 Deer was a little unfortunate in that sequence of engagement as the circle left him high and dry. But Hua Esports, I mean, you have to say that they really took advantage of the situation.
Absolutely, and you look at Hua Esports, they themselves had like 3 booyahs in week 1 itself, 2 or 3 booyahs, and just netted another one for themselves. So in terms of booyah counts, Hua is amongst the top 3, right? Just same as Twisted Minds, and 2 behind RQ Kazu. What they need, of course, looking at the booyahs that they have, is still placement points, right? They actually don't have the most of placement points, which is pretty shocking considering they won a couple of rounds already. But aside from that, I think the patience definitely did pay off for them at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, they just jumped from the 11th spot up until the 7th spot just with one solid game. But that's not because they've got massive number of points. It's because it's very close for the teams who are between the 7th to the 12th position, right? So all they need to do is just have this one massive game to see massive movement. But if they want to keep that spot, they have to have that consistency. Because if not, teams like Falcon, Attack All Around, even teams like GOW, who's down at the very bottom now on that 12th spot, will have an opportunity to overtake them if we do see any sort of inconsistencies out of Hua Esports. But, looking at how they played out that final sequence, it gives me confidence that this team is just a tad bit nervous with their explosive start and not being able to keep up with their own promise that they made in that first week, right? But as long as they play it safe, they should be able to guarantee those placement points.
They have a very good chance to catch up to WAG, who are currently kind of sitting in 4th place. Very comfortable spot considering that they still have BTR, Bigatron Delta, below them. Both teams are not playing today, so I think WAG has sort of set the standard for week 2 after Hua showed us how Vietnam has improved. So if Hua can kind of make it to that point, which they have 4 more rounds to do so, I think it'll be safe to say that they still are in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, Hua could potentially be in the top 5 by the time we end the day today. We've got 4 more games for them to be able to do that. And how many points do they require to have such a feat done? Within the next 4 games, they need somewhere around 60. So as long as they're pulling an average of 15 points for every match, they should be in a decent place. But of course, we want to find out exactly what the winners have to say for themselves after that phenomenal performance. So let's throw it on to our hosts in a bit.
Everybody, it's your MC today. I'm Yunsul, and here is my interview after the match. Right next to me is Hua Esports Poppy. He's kind of the newest member of Hua Esports. So, can you say hello to the audience, please? Xin chào Hua Poppy. Thì mày có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Dạ, xin chào các bạn đang xem kênh ạ.
Hello everybody. So, congratulations on your first booyah of the match. Really great match. So Poppy, have you feel confident in getting used to the team but also to the meta of this tournament? Thì lời đầu tiên là Yusu xin được chúc mừng Poppy cũng như là Hua Esports, các bạn đã rất là xuất sắc trong việc giành lấy vui ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi. Thì Poppy ơi, không biết là bạn đã có cảm thấy quen thuộc với cái đội hình hiện tại của mình cũng như là với cái meta, thích ứng được với meta của mùa giải này chưa ạ?
Dạ, đội hình này cũng chen khá lâu rồi nên là việc quen thuộc là đã quen thuộc rồi. Meta thì cũng bình thường thôi.
Bạn có thấy cái gì nó kiểu như là mới ở trong cái meta này không?
Dạ không.
So they have formed a team since really long time. I think it was about 4 to 5 months. So definitely he feel really confident and comfortable with the team as well. And for the meta, it's not really a big thing. He feel kind of normal, just like every other meta. So Poppy, back into the combat in the match, do you feel any difficulties when you communicate with your team or when it's in an intensity fight that you need to do something?
Thì đến với những cái giao tranh khá là gay cấn ở trong cái trận đấu vừa rồi, thì không biết là Poppy có gặp phải khó khăn gì khi mình phải giao tiếp với đồng đội, hay là mình phải làm gì trong những cái tình huống cấp bách như vậy không ạ?
Dạ không, tại vì đồng đội em có tỉa đét làm hết rồi, em chỉ cần ngồi thì đục keo thôi là top 1.
I think there's no difficulties in the match because we have Hua Death. He is a really good sniper, so he does every job in the team, and Poppy just only need to destroy the shield, the glue wall, so that everybody can achieve that booyah. So Poppy, right now Hu Esports is having a really high confident performance right now in the tournament. Do you have any guide or anything that to continue this fire inside you? Thì mình có thấy được là Hu Esports hiện tại các bạn đang có một cái phong độ rất là vững và rất là cao, với bằng chứng là các bạn đã đạt được rất là nhiều booyah và thi đấu phong độ thì rất là ổn định. Thì làm sao mà các bạn có thể duy trì được cái phong độ như thế này vậy à?
Dạ, tụi em cứ đặt mục tiêu rồi động viên nhau để cùng nhau đi lên thôi.
Đoàn kết quá dạ. Anh em ở nhà sinh hoạt hay sao, có đoàn kết với nhau không?
Dạ, anh em đoàn kết vui vẻ với nhau lắm.
So, because we have planned our goals already, so it's really easy to know what to do so we can achieve that goals. And yes, of course, at home, they are really close to each other, just like brothers. So that's why they're having a really good environment with each other to this game. They're really good. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của mình và Hua Poppy. Yusu cũng mong là hôm nay các đội tuyển Việt Nam sẽ có thật là nhiều booyah hơn nữa. Và xin chúc Hua Esports các bạn sẽ ngày càng thành công hơn và có thật nhiều booyah nhé. Và tất nhiên là Yusu cũng muốn cảm ơn anh Quang Bẹp nữa. Cảm ơn anh vì đã là một bùa lội thật sự là rất là lợi hại. Việt Nam bây giờ có quá trời booyah luôn rồi. Cảm ơn anh rất là nhiều. Cảm ơn các bạn nhé. Và hẹn gặp lại trong những trận đấu tiếp theo nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now, let's get back to the caster and wait for the next match. See you guys later.
Lovely stuff. Thank you as always, Yunsu, and a Poppy by her side. Setting expectations, that's something that we've learned, right? Hua Esports, 5 months together, tight-knitted as ever, and that's a very important part in running a squad that believe in one another through thick or thin.
Yeah, I mean, they're completing the harder part of the mission first before focusing on what is slightly easier, right? They have got so much of those elimination points to keep them in a very good position in the overall leaderboard. Where they do need to, really improve is finding those final circles and improving their placement. But they're not just focusing on those booyahs just yet, which is surprising. Although they're not focusing on those booyahs, they've got 4 to their name already. And this is one of the integral players who has been a major cause of those booyahs. Death himself, 4 eliminations thus far. He is the key player of the squad. A total of 43 eliminations he holds in his hands at this point of time in the competition, leading Hua Esports all the time to their victory.
Yeah, a lot of times we give kind of the highlight to rushers, but having a star sniper really hits different, right? I mean, Moshi is a prime example of that, and even Poppy gave credits to Dev, right? Shouting him out in that post-game interview, an integral part to the team, being able to deliver on all fronts. Sometimes even from off-screen, you're seeing his name pop out on that kill feed, and he's the one taking pot shots, getting eliminations.
Yeah. And Poppy, of course, the backup rusher. One of his main roles is to make sure Yanbin does not go down, and he does that through that Cassie. Most of the time, of course, allowed to have those eliminations on his hand as Yanbin heads on in there, putting his life on the line. Not a massive game for them this time, Ro. Just a 8 elimination points. 12 from the Booyah will give them a total of 20. So it's not a lot to scream about, but once again, more than enough to stay a very big threat to the big teams in the competition. They are not bottom dwellers.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. I think if Hua keeps this up a couple of times, we might see the same effect as RQ Kazu, who are, again, miles ahead of a lot of the teams. Elimination leaders with Moshi leading the pack, 5 for him, 5 for Raph, 5 for 18 Deer, and 4 for Death, and high elim counts for the most of the star players that we've already highlighted.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, the key players here, once again, Moshi, all thanks to his eliminations, 4,445 damage. Cosq with those grenades, we saw a few of them on cam as well, but not a lot of eliminations from those grenades this time round. He will be looking for them in the next few matches. And who else but Hua Esports serving up death once again, but he's the main reason his team members kept getting revived 4 times. He brought them back in, even though he's called death. He does not want his players to remain in that state.
If you watch, certain animes or shows, those who control a death also have to understand how life works. And that's enough, right? It's more than enough to allow Hua to eventually get the booyah. It's the kind of the legwork put in to set the foundations before that final fight. And with that, IDS is the one that gets the most points. 21 for them, despite not getting the booyah, with Hua Esports following closely in second with 20 points.
Well deserved for Indostars. I mean, goodness me, this team was dead last on the overall leaderboard, but slowly and surely they are making that climb now. Indostars 21 points, even though they do not have the booyah to their side. But once again, a very, very mediocre game from all of the teams out there. Bermuda, I can forgive, but Purgatory having such few eliminations, I'm starting to get a little bit hungry for chaos. I want that chaos in this next game for sure.
Yeah, hopefully some teams speed it up. I mean, we've seen Team Falcons and BRU continuing to be aggressive. I mean, even AG Global to a certain extent, but they got shut down pretty early on, right? So the rest of the teams, they prefer to play it slow and patient. RRQ Kazu right now in first place, overtaking Twisted Minds already, as expected, and they have 4 more rounds to go.
Absolutely, in Buriram, 46 points behind Twisted Minds, so that's going to be quite a battle for them to catch up against Twisted Minds, who's not even playing today, and then, of course, catch up to RRQ, who are playing and who are picking up some decent points along the way. RRQ, for today alone, have picked up a total of 34 points, which is very solid for themselves, but a little bit more surprising, once again, being outdone by Indostars, albeit only 2 games have elapsed. I think that's pretty impressive from Indostars.
And RQ did have a pretty tough round, but again, like you said, props to Indostars, right? They deserve their own moment, and that's going to propel them up the standings just by a little bit, considering that they had such a abysmal week number 1 for a team that had so much hope when they first debuted as GRC Aphrodite, ranked 4th seed of Indonesia, coming into FFSI and gave us one of the best performances ever. Maybe this is the second coming of the team. 4 more rounds to go, but before we continue the show, we gotta take a short break. We'll be back for more Free Fire action.
Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand,
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS D5, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Hazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lu pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, Bua Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Toda, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri. It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Two games in, and the only two Indonesian teams that we have playing today is leading the fray. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for the day. And it's just a storyline of wondering whether or not Indostars will keep this up after a very rough start to the competition.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy thing to say, but you know, they have been a weakest link for quite a while. This would be a great recovery for Indostars, but in the overarching theme of things, Indonesia has continued to improve and grow as a region, something that we've kind of set the stage for at the start of the year, and they still are delivering, which is incredible to see.
I think it's just tethering on the very edge of them pushing themselves into the level of Thailand as well, right? I think RRQ has shown us that they can not only maintain their consistency, but also take away the throne from the Kings themselves. It hasn't really been proven through those trophies just yet, though. And that's exactly what I'm looking forward to at FFWS SEA 4, as the grand finals is going to be happening on their home turf. So this is a great start coming through from the Indonesian squads. It's a fantastic start from RRQ, and usually seeing them perform in the finals is a little bit underwhelming, but because it's going to be on their home turf, I expect this to continue.
You can only just imagine the excitement, right? We are still more than a month away from that point of time, but Indonesia in general has been really hungry. I think they've gotten so close to a trophy, right? They could taste it, and yet it felt so far. And this could be kind of the second coming. Obviously doesn't feel as big as a revelation, but regardless, it's still a moment for Indonesia, and maybe Alpine will see them continue to deliver that.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, crazy thing here is Alpine is led by RRQ as well. When we want to compare the stats between the groups of B as well as A, they lead the fray with the total average points of 22.3, which is the highest, and the closest one to them is Attack All Around. Granted, you do see Bigetron Delta up on the screen right now, but they are not playing today. Just like Twisted Minds, they're not going to be playing. So the comparison between RRQ and Attack All Around is an average point of 22 versus 14. RRQ is leaps and bounds ahead of them.
Yeah, and I think for RRQ, if they can kind of keep up this momentum, which they are doing so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see the rest of the Indonesian teams fight for second. But at the same time, there's a lot of takeaways, right? If EVOS Divine can give us a performance that we saw on the Esports World Cup stage, then I think that is a very good indicator where the rest of the Indonesian team's headspace are. Top 3 damage dealers so far though. We got Export from WAG, followed by Saming. Most of them are sniper players, no surprise there, but still, I think RRQ, they're going to be on that list pretty soon.
Yeah, but I think the biggest surprise here is actually seeing X-Ball up there. And on top of everything else, seeing WAG currently holding on to the 4th spot on the overall leaderboard. Granted, they are going to be replaced by either AG or Hua by the end of today, or potentially even the both of them. But seeing WAG up there in a position like that, as well as such stats, is pretty impressive for Vietnam.
Yeah, I think even for Vietnam, a region that has been doubted time and time again, I think at one point, right, even we say that even Indonesia has overtaken them overall, and it puts them in a very rough spot. And I still think there are some rough edges that need to be smoothened out, but at least we've seen teams like Hua Esports, we've seen, even WAG thus far. It's given them a breath of fresh hope. But heading into Alpine, we'll see if that continues.
And of course, Hua Esports mainly carrying the Vietnamese flag last week. WAG overtaking them this week. Either way, we know the Vietnamese scene is alive and kicking, desperate to prove themselves. But up here at Carousel, I think the proving of their worth is about to be thrown into the dustbin by RRQ, who drop an ambush on them. You can already see the shots from the RRQ players. That's finding Nero. And Nero trying to get to that vending machine, unfortunately won't be able to purchase anything, let alone do much from a situation like this. LBT has the perfect weapon in hand, has himself hidden, but his cape was sticking out. That sees that, and the AUG attack straight up to take him out of the equation. Abe will find the cutoff through the window as well, and that's an easy takedown for them. In fact, 3 in a row coming through from RRQ. B Esports off to a rough start as we continue the conversation about Vietnam.
3 points for RRQ right off the bat, and retreating to Carousel. On the other hand, BRU, early fight against Hua Esports, the unlikeliest of opponents. But if you kind of look back at the track record, when Hua Esports was Team Flash, they do run into BRU a lot. And most of the times they don't come out as victors, and this seems to be the same as well. BRU looking for potential wipeout onto Hua.
This is unfortunate for Yan Bin. He's going to get caught by 2 players here, and Hua out in the 12th spot. And the struggle continues for this team that came out so... I swear to God, I thought Vietnam was just going to change through Hua Esports. I thought they were back for their throne. They were sick and tired of PE Sports representing the country, and they wanted to be the ones this time around. But, a good start, but they can't even keep up with themselves.
Yeah, it has been kind of an unbreakable wall. I mean, Hua has never really beaten BRU in any settings across, almost 2 years now.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate that is going to continue for a while. LBT getting found out by RQ Kazu. So 4 points for this team so far, and still kind of continuing to fish for more. Vamos, though, finds themselves Falcons, a trade to start it off.
Beat it down on the ground. Katizi from afar drops on fire. This is a big one for Vamos. Ramiel on the pickup, and Vamos are back up on their feet, but Expand approaching this situation here at Forest Red. And this should allow Falcons to get away wounded, but enough time and space for recovery, as Expand is that distraction now for the Thai squad.
Like, he's a lunatic. It runs into 3 Expand members. Well, you get the info, but can you make it out alive? Because the rest of Vamos, they are very far from where he is. Might even opt to sacrifice him at this point. Katizi just trying to buy as much time. Explosives coming through from Expand, trying to flush him out. Information gathered onto Excel, but neglects one more who was behind. So Vamos, a bit too overzealous, losing one of their members.
I mean, the guy was far away, but he thought, why not, right? Turns around, takes a shot from afar, gets one for Falcons. That's a beautiful turnaround for one more, taking advantage of the perfect moment. And Jonas Nade from outside, totally blind, and it blindsides the player 18 Deer. Rav can't get away. Raz comes back in for the save, but only managed to get a knock. No eliminations just yet. Leem from afar, spotted out by Jonah, who goes in for the rush. No grenades in hand. Has to do it with the XM8. Leem just pops on out, thinking that he's away already. Cooking up the grenade. Leem tosses the wrong way, and down he goes. Wasana joins in the fray with his Bison as well, but Jonah already got the majority of that damage in. And Buriram, 8 eliminations up so early in this game.
This is what happens when they have warmed up and teams are not able to stop them. But IDS were able to sneak a revive before the impending doom. And that one was followed up by a second revive. So 2 IDS members are somewhere out on the map. As Falcons doing the same. IDS as well, off screen. Attack all around now. Facing up against Expand is Meekid. Isolated from his partner is Achab, getting surrounded by 3 AAA members and quickly taken down. Meekid as well. So attack all around, getting 2 free eliminations.
My goodness, the juniors are still getting capped out there. Pretty surprising to see Expand have this massive roster shift that just puts them from deadly predators to absolute chumps out there at this point of time. Their struggle still continues, and I'm not too sure what they can do to turn their fate around.
I think for now, you just kind of play it slow, right? For Expand, they have not been able to find their footing. They've been running into very rough fights, especially even in round 1, getting completely just battered by IDS in a very wonky engage. And then game 2, running into BRU, getting hunted down for a good 3 minutes, and now running into attack all around. They just could not catch a break.
Not at all. But of course, let's see if they can somehow find some miraculous plays. The Malaysian team 70 points away from the 12th spot, which is, definitely not a good place to be in. So no matter what you do within this day of play and the next, your plight is still going to be to find a way to squeeze into the top 12. But granted, it is still not an impossible task for Expand. As we catch up with RRQ, it's going to be a civil war shortly between the teams of Indostars and RRQ Ma'al doing the initial scouting. Attack all around, on the other hand, finding PE Sports outside.
See, attack all around. They have plenty of time to prepare for this moment. Limit again playing away from his team. So it's going to be between him and Hong Ang. Which sniper can provide better support? LBT with the rush first. Blue wall blocks him out of the way to slow down the tempo of PE Sports. Still trying to find a way in though. They are going to see the gun barrel of Folky. Poon God wraps around the corner and exposes himself. Attack all around. Attempting to go on the offense. Going to boxing LBT in. PE Sports wants to disengage. You will see the goal portal, but it might be a bit too late. Jump guard with the first knock. LBT could not make it out in time.
Smart play by Don't Cry here, using the portal go to get away, and then a quick glue wall just to make sure he's got his back watched by himself here. But none of the attack all-around players use that utility to get towards them. Instead, they're just crossing the road like normal human beings. Don't Cry, trying to cut them off. AC-80 in hand, finds the first connection, but not a lot of damage. And now he pulls all of the attention to himself. Never drops by to form that backup, but he doesn't show up. Uses the portal go instead to say hasta la vista. And attack all around, just sweeping the players. Wang An a little bit too further away from this engagement to catch up. And AG Global drops by to say hello to attack all around. And that's the distraction needed for Vietnam to stay alive.
Very, very well done. Now Dew, let's see if he can get some crazy shots. Well, why am I even asking that question? Of course he can. Poongon needs help now. Limit breaks that glue wall, trying to get Caramel out of the way, but he is already out of there. So at the end of the day, it feels like attack all around. They are the ones trapped in their own building. AG surrounding from multiple angles. Utilities all thrown in from every single orifice of the building. Dew somehow sneaks that shot in. Limit needs help, but this time he's not going to get it. Dew confirms the elimination.
What a play by Dew. Vantage point played to perfection. And now the onslaught from the rest of the players as well. Cypher drops by, but can't get away. A solid glue wall pulled up, but turns out to be his enemy. Jump God shooting at 3 players at the same time. A sliver of health left on him. Poon God backs him up, but nobody continues the onslaught. Some has to back away with the Bison in hand, but misses his opening, and that will put him back down on the ground. The follow-up is there from attack all around, but Limit once again down from afar. There's nothing he can do, but the rest of the attack all-around players on fire.
It started well for AG Global, but ended horribly. A tragedy for them, in fact. Losing the ensuing gunfight, but at least they were able to get the revive. So both teams walk away with a lot of damage done onto them, but AG Globals are on the kind of on the worst end of it. Vamos and PE Sports taking the complete opposite direction in terms of their rotation, but with the same destination. They got to get into that blue zone, and Vamos, I think they need some more time to recover.
This is an opportunity for the Malaysians to once again put some decent points up on the board. Picking up 15 points across 2 games is not how Vamos wants to start, but 15 is still decent if you want to compare it to their recent performance in week 1 as well as the previous day of play. So as long as they can slowly but surely climb up this mountain, they should be in a decent spot. Vamos is not a team that has got high goals. They just want to do better than their Malaysian counterpart Expand, and thus far they are doing exactly that.
Yeah, we do have our little own internal fight going on.
Yeah,
has been the tradition.
Oh yeah,
CP Sports, they did get a knock early, and elimination in fact, confirming their second point. IDS making it to refuge around these wooden shacks, but Todak is across the leyland, only hiding behind a boulder though.
Indostars with the vantage point, huge advantage, and Toda is at a huge disadvantage because of the position that Expand holds right behind them, and that's will say goodbye to all of us as RRQ picks the 11th spot to exit. That's unfortunate as they had a fantastic start. I guess that ends in this game.
Yeah, not even able to have much impact in fact, so very unfortunate. 2 rounds in a row that RQ was not able to do much. I mean, second round was still okay, but this one is going to start to sting a little bit. AG Global, 7 eliminations, just hanging around Forest Red. A 2-2 split nonetheless, covering so much ground, taking out UAVs in the process, with PE Sports showing up on the southern side. Let's see if they run into AG, they can definitely make quick work of them.
The misfortune of RRQ will be a blessing for Buriram United, who are looking to catch up with them. And since RRQ has already put a decent distance between themselves and the 2-time world champs, let's see if or not Buriram can make good work of this round. They not only need to end the round in the final circle, but also walk away with a booyah and massive eliminations. They haven't been able to show us that side of themselves in a while, so it's a big question mark. Stop. Good time turner. Survives. And a solid blue wall as well. Don't cry. Can't catch him. Tatsuya helps him be quick on his feet, but stop. Gets stopped by Nero. Mini Uzi will finally find its mark.
Easy point, AG Global. Again, a 2-2 split, sure. But at the end of the day, you are going to get outnumbered. And Caramel has exposed himself to the elements and to the open, but finds the circle at least. And it seems like for PE Sports, they're not in a rush to go for any sort of a pursuit. It's going to take their time and play for the opportune moment, as they have always done so. But the circle in front of them will have Toda, who still remains in the same position as they were before.
PE Sports has got a pretty unfortunate performance from today. 2 games in, and they have an average of 3 points across those 2 matches. A total of 6 collected thus far. And they don't look like they are in a solid position to collect more, especially because they were being gate kept. As I say that, a good solid portal goal. Beams 1, beams 2 across. But even though they get beamed across, they're getting shot down one after the other. Falcons taking those spot shots too, finding the connection from the opposite side. Toda taking shots at PE Sports as well. I guess 6 points is all they will have for now.
And see, PE Sports, can they make a recovery? Because this is not looking too good for them. They can go for the pickup for now. In fact, as much as they did lose the initial gunfight, Falcons are the one that needs to find a way into the circle and decides to take the long road, which is a better choice. There's a zipline if they choose to go for it. BRU now finds the second victim of this 4v4 skirmish. It's Vamos on the other end. Here's a portal put down though. BRU ready to strike. Here they go.
Oh, good play. Portal go. And a straight up ambush. Jonah cooking up the grenade as well. Vamos not stepping out of their defensive spot just yet as Jonah circles around. Good grenade. Tossed in a double. Do the players get tagged up by it? Answer is no. Gatizi now cooks up his own grenade. Buriram, although they were able to cut the distance, they can't damage Vamos just yet.
Yeah. CBRU just gonna take their time out here. Vamos feeling the heat already, surrounded by a school of sharks. Bloodthirsty, ravenous as always. BRU will never have enough to savor their hunger. Here they come, explosive, Vamos, panicking a little bit. Ray Meow gets a good shot on the Jonah, that's a shutdown for now. But they need to get more though. Moshi replies, Jun falls, and Jonah gets picked back up. Vamos not able to stem the bleeding, but at least bought some time. Time turner will expire soon. Ray Meow heals back up. BRU continuing to circle, and that's going to start drawing attention of teams like GOW.
Oh yeah, absolutely. GOW hears this loud and clear, and now they want a piece of this action. Wasana says, come get it, baby. Is a shot from afar that AWM, massive damage, gets the knock, and it slows down GOW instantly. And now, Buriram still desperately trying to take down this team. They have committed into this fight for too long, too much to walk away from it now, and they know even if they do walk away, they're just gonna have their backs shot at.
Absolutely. I mean, Falcons, they're not going to take advantage of this. Getting a couple of shots. No confirmed one just yet. In fact, Vamos are the ones getting cleaned up, and BRU comes out on top despite all the pressure from external forces. GOW and Falcons seemingly not able to barely make a dent. I mean, they did lose one member. They lost their captain. Blue Zone though pushing GOW into BRU. This is dangerous territory.
Dangerous indeed. Falcons watching all of this breakdown expand down in the middle. The Malaysians struggling, suffering, and now this could just be that comeback. Indostars keeping an eye on them though. What a burst forth from Wasana, and that will just get them the eliminations. Wasana with the double, and he's unstoppable. Buriram 14 eliminations strong. Falcons looking for the booyah as well. Malaysians down in the middle in the thick of this whole action breaking down, and Falcons have got the best spot. Buriram knows that, and they want to take it away from them.
Moshi trying to kind of stall the rest of Falcons. He single-handedly is stopping them. Luo Melter's coming through. Moshi forced to retreat. BRU doesn't even have the full team, right? They lost their captain when they tried to storm the front against Vamos, and Expand might be the next on the list. With IDS coming in, winning a piece of the menu. Falcons now bombarding them from afar. Raph falls, and this is just pandemonium in this building. Everyone losing Halbars. Numbers left, right, and center. Expand completely exterminated. IDS also falls. It's Falcons against BRU. Maybe Expand still alive, but not for long. And it's BRU with one man down, fighting off against Falcons. Peter leading the charge. Koskill ambushed by Moshi, on fire, knocked down Moshi, running circles around Falcons. Get High coming in, bait and switch. BRU putting out all the stops to gain the man advantage in this final circle, and somehow they have not lost their momentum. Moshi finally falls, but it's an even fight.
Even fight indeed. Wasana still up on his feet. Falcons down, and Buriram with a massive booyah to wrap up game 3. And Wasana alone, the terminator of this game. He may not have those massive MVPs on his side just yet, but if we can count one of the biggest MVP, this is it. What a game, what a player, what an explosive comeback game for Buriram.
Put in the worst spot and still came out the final survivor. Only BRU can make you relive those moments. Even towards the very end, you thought that, okay, well, we surrounded Expand, but we surrounded Vamos, but GOW and Falcons are around, no problem. Get rid of Vamos, get rid of GOW, proceeds to get rid of Expand, and then IDS, and then Falcons, all while one man down. What can this team not do?
Yeah, I mean, dude, the captain was down of all people, right? Jonah was out of it. Get High didn't have massive number of eliminations, but he served as good bait out there on the battlefield. And you're absolutely right. When they were hunting down Vamos, GOW was behind them. They not only kept control of GOW, but they took advantage of the approach of GOW, sidestepping all of those grenades. Those grenades ended up eating Vamos, and GOW didn't even get to walk away with the elimination points off of those knocks. It was Buriram that hopped in, wiped out the remaining players off of the side of Vamos, and then shut down GOW as well, right? I mean, crazy plays from Buriram. Offensively, defensively, they just outshined themselves. And we were talking about how it was of utmost importance for them to not just get to the final circle, but get there with massive number of eliminations, because RRQ bit the dust so early. So this was their opportunity to catch up, and they did exactly that.
20 eliminations and a booyah, 32 big points, the most the team has gotten, at least for today. But that winning moment, that booyah sequence, really reminds everyone out there why BRU is such a force to be reckoned with, right? They were down one man, and somehow, individually, they all won their 1v1s. You don't see that often, right?
Oh yeah.
Moshi was point blank point blanking people with a sniper rifle as always. Wasana just doing Wasana things with the Bison, and then Get High also playing bait and switch with the gold portal of all things. So you really have to admire the effort, the technicality that they are bringing in to win this round.
I mean, it was just a mind-blowing display of capabilities out there by Buriram. They didn't do one, they didn't do two, they were doing multiple stuff out there on the battlefield and succeeding at every single one of those maneuvers. And even luck seemed to be on their side. They didn't have the initial circle. They knew Falcons had it. They wanted to take the fight up against Falcons, but they played it so much more smarter, right? Instead of just taking an open fight out in the open battlefields, putting themselves at risk, they used the available existing structure on the battlefield as those defensive spots, and obviously that brought them right behind Expand. But it's all about the timing. They didn't rush in there for the wipeout, but of course we want to find out exactly what these boys from Buriram have to say to the rest of the competition that has been underestimating them. So without further ado, to the host from Thailand.
Hello guys, and this is the first interview of the day from Thailand, and this is
Get High.
Get High from Buriram United Esports! Yay! Long time no see for Get High, but not Buriram United Esports, like I said. First question I wanna ask, if you talk about Alpine in Thailand, we always say that, oh, the king of Alpine is Buriram United Esports. If they attend that day, it's like a 90% sure that Buriram United Esports gonna win that map or that game. But if you see in the stats of this league, the king of Alpine changed into the RRQ hand. What do you think?
บอกว่าก่อนหน้านี้จะเป็นที่รู้กันในลีกว่าเวลาถึงแมปนิคมลกล้างหรือเอาพายเนี่ยบุรีรัมย์ถือว่าเป็นคิงของแมปเลยโอกาส 90% ว่าต้องเป็นบุรีรัมย์แน่นอนแต่ว่าตอนเนี้ยเหมือนกับว่าแมปเนี้ยตกไปอยู่ในมือของ RQ เราคิดไงกับเรื่องนี้ค่ะ
ก็คิดว่าก็เหมาะสมแล้วครับเขาเป็นคิงด่านนี้อยู่แล้วก็ยอมไว้ก่อน
I think it's suitable for them because they now become the king and it's okay just let them take it first
Wow, you're so humble. ถ่อมตัวจังเลย Okay, so this is like the proof that you can I call that this one that you want to reclaim the title, the king of Alpine map.
ก็คือตอนนั้นเราอยากจะทวงบัลลังก์เรากลับคืนมาไหมกลับเป็นคิงของนิคมลกล้าง
สามารถเรียกได้เลยไหมว่านี่คือการกลับมาทวงบัลลังก์แล้ว
ไม่ครับผมก็จะเอาคิงทุกแมปเลยครับไม่แค่แมปนี้
Oh no we will not take only Alpine we will take for all the map as a king
Okay, so how many percent that you have concentrated to get more booyah today?
พี่วันนี้มั่นใจกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ว่าจะได้บูย่ามากกว่า100%
เลยก็ได้ครับวันนี้เพราะว่านอนเยอะครับ
100% because I get full sleep
How many booyah that you think you gonna get today?
จะคิดว่าวันนี้จะได้กี่บูย่าคะ
อีกสัก2ก็ได้ครับกำลังดี
Maybe another 2
Okay, the last question I wanna ask you about when we talk about Thailand team, every region always says that Thailand team is the alpha of the league, but this improvement of other regions prove us that we are not the alpha of the league anymore. What do you think about that?
ก่อนหน้านี้เขาจะบอกว่าทีมไทยก็คือเป็นเหมือนทีมที่เก่งที่สุดในทุกรีเจียนจากฝูงแต่ว่าตอนนี้เหมือนจะไม่ใช่แล้วเพราะว่าทีมจากประเทศอื่นเขาก็เริ่มเก่งคิดยังไงกับเรื่องนี้คะ
ก็ทีมไทยก็ได้แชมป์รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเหมือนเดิมครับ
Whoa
I think Thai team will still be the champion in grand final anyway
Yeah, like I said, actions speak louder than words, so no need to say anything. And we are ready to get back into the next game. Are you ready? Okay, if you guys ready, let's get back into the shoutcaster. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good to have a few seat warmers before you sit back on the throne, Get High. Hopefully that day comes sooner or later. But for now, the other teams, like what we heard, are catching up. And BRU getting a booyah does not cement them as the absolute kings, but does remind us that they once were kings.
Absolutely, right? And now they're 14 points away from overtaking Twisted Minds on that second spot. So that was a solid enough performance for them. We also want to know exactly who's the MVP out of Buriram. Does Mr. Wasana continue hunting it down after the massive number of eliminations from him in that matchup? I would be surprised if he's not our MVP.
I would feel the same as well. I think it has to be the MVP, right? With just incredible individual plays and just his own shenanigans. You can never overlook him. And the craziest thing is, out of the entire BRU roster, he's the only one that is kind of the uncrowned king. All grand finals that he's been a part of, he always came so close. And people are still waiting to see if he can finally join the Hall of Champions along with the rest of his teammates.
And I think they just don't want to get it done unless the trophy is well worth their time. And that trophy may not even be the Free Fire World Series Fall Seasons trophy. 11 eliminations. This guy, 3,000 damage, but he just gets the job done, right? It might not even be the Fall Season trophy. It could just be the World Championship by the end of the year that we are all going to get down and dirty for. I think that's exactly what Wasana wants. But you know what, Wasana? 2 is better than 1. Maybe it's a good one to sweep this fall season trophy as well as the World Championship later on, just like what Falcons did.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for the Thai region in general is the fact that regardless of who wins fall season and global, as long as it's a Thai team, they would have completed the golden run as a region anyways, right? A Thai team for spring, and then the SPS, Masters, Sao Paulo, and afterwards, well, not Sao Paulo, Rio, and then afterwards EWC. Either way, the region is still at the top. Even if you look at team stats for BRU, it is just flawless.
Absolutely. And of course, this is no surprise. What was a surprise, of course, is their slow start to the competition. They just weren't seeming themselves. But we know they've got a marathon to run here in the knockout stage. So it's more than ample time for them to catch up with the competition. In fact, most of the times, it's other teams dying to catch up with Buriram. This time, they've got a slow start. So it's no doubt they will eventually be able to rip away what they understand as their rightful spot, that number 1 position on the overall leaderboard. Elimination leader, Wasana with the 11, followed up by Dew with the 6 on his side this time round. Peter with the 5. The consistency is mind-blowing from Peter each and every single game. And of course, Moshi right behind him.
Especially Moshi, who has been on the Elim leaders for all matches, regardless of Booyah or not. And then you have key players, right? Peter with the most damage dealt, Wasana, 38 glue wall used. You can imagine the quick fingers he has, right? Take down one team, grab the glue walls and reuse it. But Jump God also deserves massive credits, landing 10 headshots this game.
I mean, for anyone that thinks that's easy, yeah, we can tell you, it's definitely not easy. It's one of the most difficult things to nail out there on the game, especially in a professional setting. But finally, we are back to solid numbers from these games. 32 points, and it took Buriram to get the job done. 20 eliminations strong, 12 placement points gives them a total of 32. Falcons right behind them. Finally, good time for Falcons to rise up to the occasion as well. In fact, all 3 top spots ripped away by the Thai squad.
It's nice to see Falcons, right? I mean, they did have a pretty slow start, and in fact, even right now, I still feel like Falcons are experiencing that dip in overall performance. So this 21 points definitely means a lot. Same for GOW. Indostars continuing to deliver double-digit points, which in of itself is an improvement. But look at the overall standings. RRQ Kazu still at the top, but not as big as a lead as they once had over BRU, because round 2 and 3 were just underwhelming.
And now just 27 points for BRU to catch up with RRQ. And this is phenomenal. And it was all possible because of what just happened at Alpine. A map where you heard Yuki. Yuki was saying that Buriram used to be the kings. RRQ stepped in. In this season, RRQ were known as the Alpine Kings. Well, just for that one moment. And that game that we just watched changed the leaderboard, changed the amount of points that has been picked up by teams up here. And it seems like Buriram will be able to grab that dominant spot once again. And what makes this even better for Buriram is the fact that they dominate this next map called Kalahari, where Indonesians are rumored to be absolutely deadly.
It's pretty crazy, right? The change of roles. And I still believe that RRQ Kazu is one of the best teams on this map. But BRU, with their explosive performance, cut down the point difference by half, and they get one more good round, they're gonna be in that sweet first place, like all of the fans have been waiting for. So now my attention turns to Indonesian teams. Can they perform on Kalahari? I still feel like they are overall, statistically, slightly better by the Thai teams, but not by a lot.
Absolutely. Indostars does kind of, I don't want to say struggle, but they haven't been able to find massive points on Kalahari. Can't say the same for the rest of the Indonesian teams who, like you said, are very, very proficient here, right? RRQ at the very least is still able to carry the pride of Indonesia on that refinery platform on Kalahari as a whole. Usually that's their spot. They drop right in the middle of the map. They just wait and pray for the circle to hunt them down. Most of the time, they do have a very, very good read on those final few circles, especially when it comes to those Kalahari gameplays. So there's a huge possibility that once again, we see a tight fight for that number 1 spot by the end of the day. Since Buriram now is hot on RRQ's tails, I expect to see both of these teams in that final circle.
Yeah, but can't wait to see how this is gonna pan out. If BRU is going to be on that spree, well, we can safely say for the rest of the day, they are gonna have an extremely good time. But the good news is, there are teams that have been able to keep BRU in check. More and more teams, in fact, have been able to accomplish that more consistently. So even for BRU, they cannot let their guard down, because who's to say that this round, Falcons is not going to stop them, RRQ is not going to stop them.
Oh yeah, I mean, we still have AG Global in the whole mix. We have totally forgotten about the presence of AG Global because it was an explosive first week, and now they don't seem to be doing a lot on the battlefield. Even today, 3 games have elapsed and they've only picked up a total of 35 points. That's an average of 12 points, 11 points every single game they hop on into. That's not the version of AG Global that is going to be able to threaten RRQ or Buriram. So if AG wants, AG desperately needs to step it up for this next game.
Which is sort of a shame because they had very good openings. They just could not close out what they started, right? We saw that early on against Attack All Around, which in of itself is a red flag. The top 3 knockdowns so far, Sa Ming, 101 knockdowns with that AWM as a preferred weapon, of course, followed by Moshi and then Diamond. So Twisted Minds overall is just so lethal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Twisted Minds lethal indeed. Their eliminations, one of the strongest teams out there. They are outdone by only a few. Teams like Buriram, RRQ can't keep up with their pacing when it comes to those elimination points, but they are very good when it comes to the balance between the eliminations as well as the placement points that they've been able to hunt out there. Except that, of course, we don't get to see that flair from them. And unfortunately for them, they can only watch as they lose their second spot. We set up Kalahari, game number 4. Before we wrap up the day, out of 6 games, Kalahari is going to determine whether it's going to be Indonesian or Thai dominance before the final segment of the day.
This is going to be sort of a way, sort of a map for BRU or Thai region in general to kind of break the ice and see if they can take over or at least tie up with RQ Kazu and kind of put the flair back into the competition for now and not make RQ feel that much comfortable. I feel like they've exhausted that safe cushion that they had with round 2 and 3. So it's time to kind of buckle it up, get a couple more points in that bucket.
And usually Buriram is a team that does not like their ego tickled at this point of time. Not having the most number of booyahs out there in the competition, I'm very sure is hurting their ego a little bit. And if anything, the 2-time world champs do have quite a bit of ego on them. Although they are pretty humble kids, I'm pretty sure they want to state their dominance out there on the battlefield. Thus far, it looks like they will be able to do that. 3 separate locations on this early drop, all for them.
Sort of miss the moment of FFSI when Jonah was talking a lot of smack. that was a very, very special period, but nonetheless, you can see that BRU definitely did their preparation coming into this grouping, spread out around Stone Ridge on that southeastern side, completely uncontested. No teams are remotely close to the vicinity, so they get the entire area to themselves.
FFSI was, a bomb when it came to the production, especially those interviews, the trash talk. That was just so entertaining to watch. Yeah. But is it going to be as entertaining as this bird's eye view Rap has? Running the Cassie, he's supposed to be the backup player, he's supposed to be the support, but he's up on top, wanting to make some magic happen here for the squad. Only has an AUG. Pungard has got the AC80, so this might just turn around up against him.
Fittingly enough, IDS also debuted during FFSI. It was the first time we had an extended format for knockout stage, right? It's the first time we had point rush. A lot of first times happened there, and I think it definitely set the stage for the future of Free Fire, and everything just got a lot more competitive. We just keep on evolving better and better. IDS still not able to find an opening against attack all around, but they are getting closer for sure.
Falcons and Hua Esports finding 1 point off of each other, so a 1-for-1 trade could potentially bring them to a standstill, a little bit of a halt. We call for peace for a little bit before they find their recovery. Attack all around on the other hand, just spreading out, giving space to Indostars. Indostars overwhelming them at their compound. But it will be still a little bit of an advantage for Limit with the height that he holds. And he gets it with 18 deer on the drop.
Just through the window as well. IDS losing Raft. That means that there's no follow-up. Rast is in no man's land. They get a revive onto Rast, but the rest of IDS, you just gotta dip out of there. While for Liam, see how long he can survive this Glue Wall Melter used by Jump God. It's only a matter of time before they clean it up. 4 points for attack all around.
Stuck between the wall and 2 glue walls. Man had nowhere to run the moment he broke down that glue wall. He found 3 players trying to dump him out of this lobby instantly. Beautiful with the Raz recovery. At least they stay alive for a little bit. Cypher on the other hand, up on top. Jun, backstab, gets there just 1 second too late. And the final connection of the bullet will not take him down, but Jun mistimes that, almost shut down Cypher. Cypher was just way too ready with the Drogon.
Get the quick revive on the Caramel, but damage has been done.
Oh my.
AG Global about to taste the pain, not just from Vamos, but also from McGrory against Cypher. 1v1 with McGrory taking the HP lead for now. Time Turner has a layer of protection, but McGrory wins that. A callback to the day when he debuted under SAF, but fall in the hands of Dew. Nonetheless, able to get one. Katizi comes in, back up, try and get a trade. Dew gets the revive with the pocket market. Ramian does the same for McGrory. Extended exchange. Katizi, see if he can win this out.
Katizi, Mag 7, just the better shotgun in this situation. Katizi needs a lot of skill and as well as time. Does not have the glue wall to charge up that charge buster. Will pay the high price for it. And he goes up against Dew, a sniper from the opposite team. And Dew's just handling the situation really well on his own. But now outnumbered by 2 players. But the grenade finds the clip. McRory just has a secondary and he'll get eaten up. Trapped inside. Oh no, turned around. Pulls out the MP5 in the nick of time. And he will shut down the player. My goodness, what a fight.
I say Vamos actually the bigger winner. McGrory getting 3 elims. Also because AG Global, they revived Caramel and he ate a nade from Dudes off screen. So AG Global clearly needing a lot more time to recover.
Yeah.
Speaking about RQ Kazu, they will have Todak on in their sightlines pretty soon as they take over the usual refinery. Maybe Iza will pose a bit of a problem perched on top of their watchtower.
I'm looking forward to Falcons really climbing the leaderboard here, but this map at this point of time just doesn't seem to be putting them in a very aggressive spot. They'll have to play defensively as they rotate towards refinery. And they most definitely need those solid points. Falcons are behind BTR, who are not playing today, as well as AG Global. It's going to take them 19 points just to catch up with AG, who are already on to a fantastic start in this match.
Absolutely. Dew is in a rough spot, but I think ends up revealing himself. Shin is behind. It's a very scattered fight. Maybe Hua can take advantage of this. If expand on the horizon, but Hua immediate danger. So Vamos, they're gonna take the quick way out. Only to lose Katizi. You have to Jun also forced to drop off. None of them make it out, even using the portal go. Not that it takes them anywhere. It's right in
too
front.
good. You just had to see that beautiful shot. They saw the vehicle, whipped out the sniper, shot the driver. Passenger hopped on out of the vehicle. Easy shutdown. But Expand, of course, trying to pick up the pieces here. Approaching from the back, eliminating the player from the side of AG Global, setting up a fight up against Hua Esports.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I mean, at least Vamos is still in this, but heavily crippled. Expand now will be the next receiver of this Hua Esports treatment. Again, a lot of rivalry between these two teams, but Less if you are looking at the current expand roster. Except for Exo and Too Fast, they have seen Hua plenty of times in the past.
Absolutely. And back then, it used to be a 50... Okay, maybe not 50-50. 60-40. Expand used to win out quite some of those battles. But now, with a brand new roster, it just seems like Expand is just not seeming their old selves. And Hua Esports catches Achap outside. Portal Go will beam 2 players from the side of Expand away. Achap will hold the back lines, playing that distraction for Hua Esports to shoot at as the rest of his players back away. But nope, he takes the Portal Go, catches up with the rest of his team members. Seems to be a little bit of a risk, but Expand is getting really good at running away from gunfights.
Very, very well done. And unfortunately, Hua, they wanted to take down the glue walls, but in the end, none of those glue walls fell. So Expand gets to run away. Vamos gets wiped out off screen. Very, very unfortunate considering the start that they had against AG Global. Just have to sit this one out. Unfortunate. Expand, it seems like they run away from Hua straight into AG Global. Just initial shots from Too Fast, chipping away at Cypher. Too Fast once more.
Too Fast, getting a little bit aggressive here. And Stop tries to do exactly that. Stop him halfway through his tracks. 2 grenades will not find the full connection. Riptide Rhythm passes by Too Fast, opens up the shot for him. And Stop just exposes himself as Too Fast takes advantage. Had that backup. Very aggressive, very brave. And now Expand overwhelming AG Global, who had a decent start in the game. But now coming to a standstill. Make it up close and personal with the Trogon. Will have an easy shot up against Cypher. And Expand now with the 5 elims on their side.
Yeah, I mean, even right now, for Expand, get 5 eliminations. I mean, very, very decent start. On the other hand, attack all around, will have to face off against RRQ Kazu. Poon got left to his own devices. The rest of it, attack all around, backing off to find better ground. Dude does not know where Poon God is. This could turn around and bite them in the back.
Let's see what they work out with this particular fight, as RRQ spots are just one of those players here. And the shutdown shouldn't be too difficult as AG Global players beam around back in here on that revive all around them. Indostars in a scuffle up against Hua Esports as well as attack all around, pick up their 5th elimination.
By continuing to try and find some space, gets Razor back into the fray. Don't really have the vantage point though, so yeah, Abai forced to retreat with the cover of his teammate from afar. I don't think they want to fight this. I think attack all around, they have the advantage. Hua, on the other hand, facing up against IDS. And outnumber Rapid just a little bit. A couple of pumps, Rapid is down.
I believe there was 1 revive before he got taken out. So Hua Esports, 8 eliminations, just farming it on the Indonesian squad. And we were talking about how WAG has overtaken Hua Esports already. I guess they're not too happy with that, and they want their dominance right back here. But it's going to be quite a little bit of work for them to catch up with WAG, though.
Again, monumental effort. Attack all around, making headway with that. 7 eliminations, about to be 8 if Abai goes down. And things is not looking good for RQ Kazu. Able to get their momentum back after round number 2. Executed on the spot. 8 points right now for attack all around.
Not too shabby at all. You don't have one solid team just dominating the elimination. Everybody is just spreading it out amongst the squads. 8 now for attack all around. And they get a little bit of a downtime here before being forced to move by the blue zone. It's just right behind them. So this is a sticky situation for the Thai squad. Attack all around. They need to make sure they've got enough coins to grab yet another portal go as well, just to help them get to the next safe zone a little bit safer.
Definitely to kind of stock up, not just on the portal go, but also on the grapple, the hook gun. It's going to allow them to traverse all these open ground. BRU just dropping by command post. Moshi doing his due diligence to scan out the area. Not that there's anyone nearby. Not with the circle in the state. So turn our attention over to Toda, who infiltrated Refinery to find 18 Deer. This should be an easy 2v1. Find a extra point for themselves. RQ Kazu knocked out off screen.
Bro, RRQ out, which means this one is yet another opportunity for Buriram United Esports to catch up with them for the #1 spot. Big stuff here, but Hua Esports catching up with AG Global. Toda being shut down by attack all around, one after the other. Toda does have a opening up against Hua as well, but the circle pressuring them to make a instant move away. Attack all around now, leading everybody. 10 eliminations in hand. So much happening out here as the circle runs rampage.
Good news for attack all around for sure. BRU on the other hand, well, finds themselves facing off against Expand. Wasana needing to retreat for now, back into the command post. Blues on pressuring both teams at the same time. Expand clearly down one man, but BRU having the better spot to work with, right? They are surrounded by the compound. Moshi willingly taking point. Tank the blue zone to provide info for his team as they find Mikit. They find Too Fast. Expand slowly getting pulled apart.
Yeah, and this is classic Buriram right here. Easy engagements for them. They just have to manage the situation well as they're going out here for the hunt and Expand. Decent start, but out in the 10th spot. Barely any placement points for them. One, as a matter of fact, which is really way too little for what they actually need.
Can't do much about that, right? Running into BRU. Sometimes it feels like that is... Sounds like you're playing kind of a minesweeper. You step on the mine too early and it's just game over. So Expand back to the drawing board again. As much as they don't like that feeling. Falcons will have a very good chance right now. They see the entirety of PE Esports in that bunker. As Todak also joins Expand and Vamos in the lobby. Malaysia basically knocked out of this map.
One thing Expand can smile about is that Todat didn't really do so much better than them, so there won't be a very big fight from Todat down at the bottom. But they were expecting to catch up with Vamos. I guess with Vamos being eliminated slightly earlier, it's a decent enough approach for them. AG Global finding that revival for the squad as well. Hua Esports spending some time outside.
Wow.
And Buriram from nowhere.
And on the other side, again, it's another Thai team in action. Now the siege has commenced. Falcons, Peter losing his footing a little bit, knocked down. PE Esports holding the fort. Don't cry somehow. Gets knocked behind. Glue walls erected. Falcons wants to find refuge. The Blues was coming in. Both teams getting trapped. PE Esports trapped in the bunker. Forced to tank the blue. It could be the chamber of death for PE Esports as Falcons now overtake them. Swapping positions, gaining advantage. PE Esports needs to find a way out.
Yeah, PE Esports trapped themselves in there with those glue walls, expecting to keep Falcons out, but unfortunately that put them at a disadvantage. Now one more. Outside of the blue, he's taking this damage and he wants to play a little bit of an advantage up against PE Esports, but they've totally disappeared from behind him. They've used their portal go to beam themselves towards the opposite end. They sustain a tad bit of damage, but no knockdowns yet. PE Esports stays alive. For the players, I say that Dew finds a head, narrows out.
Even for BRU on the other hand, still on that rampage. Jump God next on the hit list. Jonah and friends around the corner. Jump God has no more chance. Attack all around. Wiped out 8 points for BRU.
And it hides back to his eliminating ways once again, but they have to play this really safe. One portal go needs to be used, and they do exactly that to beam themselves in closer towards this next circle, beating a lot of the damage that the blue brings in. Very smart play coming through from Buriram. GOW, on the other hand, in a very sticky situation as Falcons shows up at their doorstep, wanting to bang down all of these doors and eliminate them from the equation, but they lay out those grenades to keep themselves safe for the time being. But a flank comes through from Coscu as well, forcing Tan back. Demon gets bitten up. Deanne falls. Peter will get that elimination. Tan forced behind by Coscu and his Bison. One more showing up with the M82B. Coscu finds the finisher. GOW absolutely annihilated by a tactical play out of Falcons.
Nowhere was safe for GOW. Falcons have every single angle covered. And again, Falcons against BRU. It's a rerun of the previous round, but this time BRU has the entire team. But Falcons, 2 consecutive snipes. BRU need to go for quick revives. Wasana loses again. One more on fire. Really delivering on the end. These long range fights are not favoring BRU at all. They get back up only to get knocked down like bowling pins. PE Esports wants to make sure that that will be the case as Falcons' odds of taking the Booyah increases over time. Only team with the full squad left alive.
Now Buriram breaking up into two separate areas. Jonah and Moshi choosing not to stick together. Jonah just backing up the rest of Team Falcons, just forcing PE into a very tight spot, and PE make the best decision, take the fight straight up to Jonah. And Jonah does get one knock first, stays alive. LBT finds that counter knock, but Wang An will be sacrificed. Falcons in the meantime shut down Moshi, taking out Buriram from the equation, and they go for PE Sports, the struggling Vietnamese squad, but they've done well to get to this spot. With one beautiful knock out of the monster truck, almost making a beautiful play. Falcons rip away the booyah. I thought he was going to make something happen there.
Dude, that is diabolical from Falcons. They purposely let LBT get back up only to shoot him down again. Because Booyah claimed for Falcons, finally some recovery, some signs of life after what felt like a downward spiral in this roller coaster of a ride. Taking down BRU, taking down PE Sports at the very end. But you really gotta give props to On Fire and one more. Insane accuracy at the very end, completely crippling BRU. Every single time the member gets picked back up, they get shot down again. And it's not just any shot, consecutive back-to-back hit shots from these two men.
Oh yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff. Obviously, pure luck as to who they were shooting at. You have no idea exactly who it is, but they just took their chances, right? They saw a very tactical team moving across the battlefield, going for that natural defense that the terrain provides, and they were like, nope, we are not going to give you that advantage. And they knew there were only two squads left there, so they took all of those shots. Thankfully, PE Sports helped them out as well, and Buriram just managed to absolutely dodge a couple of those situations, go back in there for those pickups. But every single time that player got picked up, either Falcons or PE managed to get the follow-up. Buriram just couldn't find a good end to that match.
It's just very hard position, very tough position to be in, right? I think BRU wanted to make their first move, perhaps gunning for PE Sports to make it an eventual 4v4. But again, that rotation intercepted by Falcons, who were right on the money with their bullets. At the end of the day, Falcons, despite getting the booyah, it is not just explosive rounds where they walk away with 32 points. I believe it's just 24-25, but nonetheless, it's a good result for a team that needs those points to kind of shoot themselves up the standings a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, towards the ending of this matchup, there was just so much of chaos there for everybody to really pick apart. And Falcons just doing decent for themselves to make sure that Thailand still remains relevant in this competition. Yes, you may not have the super crazy Buriram just continuously dominating out there, but you must be worried about some of the other Thai teams that have got the equal capability to take the dominance away, not just from Buriram, but from anybody else out there.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what we witnessed in EWC, right? Sure, I mean, BRU is not the champion, but again, the champion is still a Thai team, right? Yep. The region is in safe hands, safe pair of hands. With that out of the way, RRQ Kazu still not recovering, and this is looking a bit dicey because BRU about to catch up pretty soon. If this trend continues, RRQ might not have the first spot by the end of today, and crazy enough, they are so close to that 400-point mark.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. This is the usual inconsistency out of RRQ. A little bit disappointed because I expected them to really run away with the momentum. But of course, I want to hear what Falcons have to say. This is their third booyah of the competition, but not a lot of good performance from them. So let's see what Yuki drags out of the boys.
They are already 5 high and landing at this point. This is Falcon Peter! Yay! Peter, this is a tough question for you, I think, because it looks like and it's clear that your team are facing a lot of difficulty right now. So I mean, you have no consistency. If we talk about your performance, what do you think about that?
ก็จะเป็นคำถามที่ยากหน่อยนะคะเพราะว่าดูเหมือนว่าทีมของเราอะจะเล่นแบบว่าไม่ค่อยคงมาตรฐานอะแบบลุ่มๆดอนๆตอนนี้คิดยังไงบ้าง
ก็หลังบ้านก็แก้ปัญหาช่วยกันอยู่ครับตอนนี้เราก็มีปัญหาหลักๆเลยก็คือต้นเกมครับตอนนี้เราก็แก้ไขกันอยู่ครับ
Okay. We are having problem about the early fight and we are now like discuss and trying to fix this problem.
All of your team. Okay, so the difficulty that I'm talking about that you are facing right now, can you tell us what is your obstacle of your team?
อุปสรรคของทีมตอนนี้จริงๆแล้ว
ก็อย่างที่บอกครับ ก็ต้นเกมเราหลวมช่วงนี้ ตอนนี้เราก็มีปรับปรุงหลังบ้านอยู่ครับ ต้นเกมเราจะทำให้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
We did not fight well in the early game and we're trying to fix it.
Can I talk about? I think this is your natural enemy right now. Everyone talk about that. Falcons always lose to BTR. What do you think about that?
ตอนนี้คือคนเราเริ่มพูดกันแล้วว่าทีมฟ a ลคอนน่ะสู้ทีม BTR ไม่ได้แบบแพ้ตลอดแพ้ทางกันตลอด ยังไงคะ มีอะไรจะอธิบายไหม
ก็ BTR เป็นสไตล์การเล่นที่พวกเราไม่เคยเจอมาก่อนครับ ก็ตอนนี้เราก็อย่างที่บอกครับเรากำลังเร่งแก้ไขกันอยู่ครับ แล้วก็เดี๋ยวเจอกันครับ BTR.
For the team BTR is like they having a play style that different and we didn't expect them to play like this. Now we are trying to fix this and let's see later.
Okay, so the last question. Do you think BTR is your difficulty right now that you have to facing? Is it true that because BTR play the same line like you, the same move line?
ที่บอกว่าทีม BTR ตอนนี้เหมือนเป็นปัญหาของทีมเรา มันเป็นเรื่องจริงไหมคะที่บอกว่าทีม BTR เล่นสไตล์เดียวกับเราเล่นลายเดียวกับเรา
เดินลายเดียวกันเลย
ก็ BTR ก็ไม่ได้เล่นลายเดียวกับเราครับ แค่ต้นเกมเขาลงเมืองเดียวกับเราแค่นั้นเองครับ เราสู้ต้นเกมเขาไม่ได้ครับ เราก็ต้องยอมรับว่าเราสู้ไม่ได้
It's not 100% that they play same line with us but it's because they choose the same town to land with us and we are not playing well to fight with them.
Okay, so let's see what you're gonna do next. So everyone, we have to send them a lot of cheering right now, but I think Falcon can come back for 100% sure. Hope to see you in the next game. หวังว่าจะได้เจอกันเกมหน้าอีกนะคะ Are you ready? Ready. Falcon is ready to fight now. So fight back to you, Shoutcaster.
Thank you very much. While the Falcons continue to hunt from the skies, it's crazy that their natural predator is not BRU, it's not the Thai teams, it's not even Saming, it's Bigatron Delta, right? The dark horses of the tournament. But the good news is they are hibernating today, so Falcons don't need to be too worried about BTR.
But BTR is just the anomaly, right? They are in 8th right now. They are below Falcons. But BTR has got more eliminations than the team that's placed 4th, AG Global themselves. That's insane out of the team from Indonesia, their number 1 seed. But of course, we bring the spotlight back to Falcons once again. Coscu, 4 eliminations strong. This time, the MVP for the squad.
Sometimes you forget that Coscu started off as the Grenadier, the golden arm of C-Triple-G and who eventually became Falcons, now also taking up the role of being a rusher if his team needs him in the front lines, right? Diversifying his firepower, and now he can do both at the same time while still maintaining that efficiency with utilities. You can never count this man out. Very bubbly and also a world champion.
Absolutely, man. And of course, you do have Peter and On Fire just doing a lot of the work out there, but it would not be possible for them without the backup from Coscu and One More. Albeit this time, One More just could not find the finishes through all of his snipes, but you can see the damage that he was putting out there. 5 assists. He was getting quite a bit of chip damage in there for the rest of his team members to get the job completed.
5 assists, and even in terms of damage dealt, right, it is actually more than Peter, who has 5 eliminations. So overall, Rose very defined as a sniper. One More has proven time and time again he is one of the best that we have in the region. Elimination leaders Dew leading the pack with 6th, followed by Limit, Yanbin, and Peter, and then Coscu with 4 at the very end.
Dew and AG Global just a little unfortunate, not able to get to that final circle to fight for the Booyah this time around. But they still do have 2 more opportunities. I'm very sure Dew wants to go back to his MVP ways because he's clearly excelling out there on the battlefield. And for the key players, he is once again highlighted. 11 headshots out of this monster, getting all of those back-to-back knocks. Just cannot seem to follow up with the eliminations. Peter seems to have the same problem in this matchup as well with those knockdowns. But of course, all of those solid knockdowns allowed Falcons to pick up those eliminations through the other players.
even limit almost clocking in 4,000 total damage, right? The MVP of FFSI when he was with E Arena, so also a regional champion in his own regard. Of course, this round is 23 points on top of the Booyah for Falcons, followed by Attack All Around, 18 points, and the BRE with 17. So the Thai teams doing pretty fine. Even the Vietnamese are doing pretty good as well.
Absolutely, and once again, a Thai-dominated map. They want to rip this one back away from the Indonesian teams. I truly understand why. We were talking about how Indostars are not really proficient on Kalahari and how RRQ dominates it, but RRQ kind of clunked out early here, giving the Thai team so much of opportunity to play around in that final circle. And that opportunity also allowed Buriram to now catch up with RRQ, just 12 points behind that number 1 spot.
And I think this is where you start to get slightly worried for some of the bottom dwellers, because teams like GOW, even PE Sports are starting to get some points in their pocket, right? Same as IDS. So, well, actually, you only worry if you're a Malaysian team fan, because they are getting left in the dust, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better.
Yeah, and now Falcons 9 points behind AG Global. They are trying desperately to play catch up. Between Falcons and AG Global sits WAG. Unfortunately for WAG, they're not playing today. So wait, today? Yeah, correct. Group C. They're not playing today. I was like, wait a minute, are they? They are not playing today, so they can't really do much about the situation. 4 points is a no-brainer for Falcons. AG Global, they haven't been able to nail these Booyahs, but it's good time now to start going back to those Booyah ways, unless they want to give away their spot to Falcons.
And we'll see if Hua Esports can overtake BTR, which there's a huge possibility for that to happen, right? So huge chance BTR can end up in 9th place after when the week concludes, but again, still in top 12, very decent spot. Still got 2 more rounds to go though, so before we resume with the final 2 matches, we're gonna head for a short break and return in a bit for more Free Fire action.
Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better.
Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
It's our country.
Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Rivalry, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start point.
The penultimate round of week number 2 is upon us. Nextera coming up next. Before we see the conclusion of how the state of the game is like, Sasuke alongside the Mustachio AJ, and so far we have seen certain storylines pan out to be a bit more clear, such as Thai teams rising back up, RQ Kazu kind of in the weeds a little bit, and Falcons making a recovery.
Buriram already doing so much better than their performance yesterday. In week 1, Buriram managed to score 101 and then 96 points. Yesterday was just 89. Not too bad, but just not the usual Buriram style. They haven't been able to break any records thus far. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a record-breaking day, but what's going to be for sure is their capability to catch up to that number 1 spot, because RRQ now just 12 points ahead of them, and based on the past 2 games, RRQ has been messing up quite a little bit, and Buriram has been making good use of all of those early exits by the Indonesian squad.
2 back-to-back top 2 finished, 1 booyah and another in 3rd place. Not too shabby. You can say the same for Falcons as well. So these 2 teams definitely have been taking advantage of the lack of RQ Kazu. As much as they're good at reading the circle, sometimes they could not hack it in simpler situations, which is pretty ironic when you think about it. But it's the nature of RQ Kazu, right? We'll see if Nextera is going to be that map.
And surprisingly, RRQ Kazu at this point of time just slightly better at finding those placement points in comparison to the other teams who are trying to catch up with them. But eliminations department, this is where RRQ is currently falling short. They're not the most aggressive team out there. Their booyahs do not come along with massive number of eliminations all the time. There are some rare occasions where they most definitely do, but we can't call them the most deadly team. Are they super consistent in the competition? Pretty consistent, but we're still very, very early in the competition to actually know exactly who the predator is out there.
Yeah, usually by this point, we've already gotten pretty clear hierarchy, but it's good to see that it's still pretty muddled. Well, at least for even the upper echelons of the leaderboard. Of course, RQ Kazu on your screen once more. This team suffering a dip that does not seem to be recovering from its downward trajectory. Then you look at the head-to-head between support players Don't Cry and COSQ. Pretty even stats, which to me is a bit surprising, right? I expected COSQ to have slightly higher numbers.
Especially because Falcons are way ahead of PE Sports, who are not even in the top 12. And that just speaks volumes as to the capability of the individual players in PE Sports. Don't Cry able to keep his numbers pretty close to COSQ just means that these teams, the players from PE Sports, just haven't found their full rhythm together just yet. And I do expect them to find it before we head into week 3, because week 3 is going to be one final opportunity for them to really prove themselves, turn things around before the massive shuffle that is beyond that.
That one is going to be very, very scary, right? Because we currently can see a pretty clear dynamic between these groupings. So I think before the shuffle, like you said, these teams gotta start figuring things out, because that one might throw a wrench in a lot of the team's plans. Next map, next Terra coming up. Let's see what the teams have in store for us.
Top 3 teams that are in play today from Group B and A would be RRQ, AG Global, and Falcon. And out of the 3, only 2 teams have managed to grab a booyah at Nextera. That is RRQ and Team Falcon. So those are the stats. What you do with that information is up to you. But I think I'm going to keep my eyes closed on these 3. But maybe we will throw one more name in there, Buriram as well, who have been pretty hungry for the number 1 spot. And it looks like it is spurring them on quite well.
Yeah, they've had 2 massive back-to-back rounds, double digits in the 20 and 30 point region as well. And again, they've been getting pretty good drop spots, right? It's the courtesy of their homework. A lot of resources in the early game that allow them to start bulldozing through weaker squads. Let's see if that's going to be the case this time. See me dropping towards Museum again, very uncontested.
Nice. Absolutely beautiful. Like you said, they've clearly done their homework, and it's not just one spot, right? In the previous match as well at Kalahari, they dropped in 2.5 locations. And RRQ looks like they're going to be making it a little bit easier for Buriram again. 3 times in a row, 3 games, 3 maps. They crash and burn, and Buriram's just going to be smiling at this point.
Yeah, you just see this is we've seen them in this spot so many times. It just feels like recovery is something that they have been struggling a lot to get that mental reset. It's just not there for RQ Kazu. It just gets worse and worse every round. 18 Deer getting shot in the back. As then is 7 not backing off. Good one. The cash onto Rav. That's 2 for Toda. 7 just did get knocked down. Wings now. Challenger is Raz. Wings wins that. IDS not knowing what hit them.
Oh, Liam desperately trying to bring a revival in here. Hides behind a wall. Question is, does the man have enough coins on him? Zen goes on a pickup spree. Liam hiding away from the rest of the players on the side of Toda. Toda wants to really farm all of these points off of Indostars. Liam hasn't been spotted out just yet. Finally has been spotted. And Zen goes in for the hunt, trying to cut off his rotation from a right-hand side flank. And Zen should be able to find the connections with the shots right about now.
Not yet. Where is he? I finally see him.
Oh, man.
Not gonna get away, is he? Nope. Some very lucky timing for him. He is able to duck behind a couple of trees. It feels like a Bollywood movie, but at the end, he cannot escape the entire squad of Todak. So, wow, 2 teams knocked out at the start already. Both are Indonesian teams.
I was just about to say that, my man. Both Indonesian teams out of the race already. RRQ is going to be so bitter about this early exit if they were not already bitter about the past 2 early exits. But of course, speaking of early exit, the specialists expand 2 fast down already. My brothers, it looks like I need to catch up for some lunch or dinner with these boys once again. They have just been a tad too slow in terms of the points catch up for me. And this is turning out to be a horror if you're a Malaysian fan. And that seems to be me at this point.
Just getting this mantle. Maybe Mike can turn it around behind.
Oi!
Proving it wrong. That's 3 in a row. It's 1. The Hua members knocked down. No collection yet as Yanbin finds the revive, but at the end of the day, expand, looking to leave a mark, and that's point number 4. Exacting revenge onto Hua.
And Axel, the man, 3 eliminations in hand. Strong start from Expand. I just want that to continue. These boys, they desperately need something to happen out there. Some sort of magic. But PE Esports catching Cypher. What a burst through by LBT. Backed up as well from that right-hand side flank. And now they're going to find Stop as well. LBT not waiting for the rest of his team members. One good Tatsuya burst by Stop, who finds LBT, puts him on the ground. But the follow-up from Don't Cry gets the elimination. And LBT's pickup is not going to be too impossible as the rest of the opponents quickly scramble away.
Too exposed to the open, I think AG. They get the revive for sure, but Don't Cry just saw Cypher drop down. This could be an easy free point for PE if they find him. Seems like they already did. I mean, he's hiding behind a glue wall but has nothing to work with. So point number 4 for PE.
I am not so sure what he was thinking, dropping back in the exact same spot. And now PE Sports just continuing the onslaught, picking up the portal goal, beaming themselves straight into the compound of AG Global. Due is going to have a field day here if he catches LBT. What a drop on that mine with the Bison. LBT goes in for the finisher. Can he get it? Due sustains, but LBT follows it up. And now two stops by. LBT needed to get away and recover, but just a little too excited with the drop onto Dew as well, and he gets nothing from those knocks.
And AG Global saying a prayer, having enough coins to go for these chain revives, but still surrendering more points than they should have over to PE Sports, who can now take a breather and reset for the rest of the game. Can't say the same for AG Global though. They have to start from scratch, literally, when majority of the first phase has already elapsed.
Absolutely, man. And unfortunate for PE Sports, just not able to claim all of those points decently off of AG Global, but it was a stand-up play from LBT. And it's not over just yet. Look at this. Don't Cry is right here. AG Global beaming themselves in. The jump pad allowing them to have that trajectory and cutting down the amount of time that it would have taken on foot. Now they're straight up on Decker Square, right above the players of PE Sports who are scattered on the map.
Yeah, PE Sports definitely not in the position to fight. No, Axo, I think, just found another member of Hua as Expand shows up on the map as well. AG Global will continue this potential tussle against PE Sports. Don't Cry. Taken out, revive in an instant as these two teams continue the tug of war, but clearly the winner is AG at this point of time.
4 eliminations strong, PE Sports. I mean, counting those knocks, PE should be the winner, but it's just no finisher. The LBT was just underhanded in that gunfight. Did really well against the initial 2. And unfortunately just stopped dead in his tracks. Wang An's going to be caught outside. Cypher catches up in the nick of time before the portal goal allows him to get away.
And just 5 points for AG Global. Falcons now on the map. It's against Todak. It's not the hardest of fights for sure, but Todak have shown us different every now and then. We'll see how Falcons handle this though. On fire and Cosio on top of the roof. 7 and then both knocked down. A god nade. And that's the conclusion of that one. Falcons 4 points wiping out Todak.
Expand though, 6 eliminations strong, leading the fray. Malaysian team off to a fantastic start here, and they continue up against Hua Esports. Axel just flanking around, making sure Death and Squad cannot get away, and the rest of them just catching up together with Death. Death hoping and praying that he can pull out the pocket market, but unfortunately will not be able to do it in time, and Achap brings Death to Death himself. 8 eliminations strong now, the Malaysian squad that was struggling.
Expand, wow, best round so far.
Oh yeah.
Actually look to close it out. As much as they have a very good start, there are still 8 other teams left in the lobby, right? So with that taken into consideration, Expand are not even close to the finishing line. They'll have to continue that game of survival, just looting up, making sure that they are prepped for the next phase. It's mid game now, about to be late soon.
I don't know why the universe keeps doing this to me. I'm a big supporter of Expand, but it feels like the good old days where I used to call myself a Man United supporter, and
I don't watch a lot of football, but I can see where this is going.
I'm just doomed to cry the rest of my life, I guess. One more getting tagged up. Peter as well, just sustaining some of those shots. No idea who's shooting at them as Falcons try to catch PE Sports. They're going to try to turn around and check out exactly what's happening. Portal Go is going to allow them to beam themselves across. It was attack all around. And now the counter attack from Falcons. Let's see you take those shots now, they say.
Safe for now. Of course, plenty of walkway to utilize. It's always a good, it's one of the better spots in Nextera. Of course, the downside is that you are basically exposed if people have long-range weapons. For now, you can't do much against attack all around, but neither can they. We'll see what Falcons needs to do though. The blue zone is closing in. They will have to make a move soon.
They took the Portal Go very excitedly, but they don't have to get off the bridge just yet. Just a little bit of rotation required. So they still have the vantage point up against attack all around. Unless, of course, these boys use the Portal Go. Limit holds in his hands. And Limit is not really in a position to counter-attack up against Falcons and their snipes just yet. In fact, I don't think they know that Falcons are right behind them.
I feel like that's the case. Yeah, and Falcons still not making a move. In fact, they can run the entire stretch of that freeway into the circle if they want to. We'll see if that's going to be the case. PE Sports will be facing off against AG Global again, catching up to them. Seems like you just cannot run away. But PE Sports, they do have the man advantage in this current situation.
See if or not PE can put an end to AG Global right here, right now, and help out Falcons catch up with them. Cypher just wild shots all over. None of them finding a solid connection. Narrowly gets away, and Cypher is going to be a tad bit annoyed with that as they try to escape from the circle. Now they're probably going to end up in another scuffle against the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a struggle. Oh, get high. Gets tagged and instantly just bows out of there. Don't want to be a part of this. No point to stay for any longer. Let Hua leave them to the elements.
It was a great getaway. 1 second too late and he would have been dead meat. 9 more squads alive here. And AG Global missing out on PE now focuses on GOW. One Vietnam squad for another, and GOW is in a lot of trouble as Expand is just beside them as well. So they can't really step out of their defensive spots. PE Sports very comfortable, and AG finds them again. My goodness, they just don't want to get away from each other just yet. They just want to continuously tease each other, potentially all the way to the final circle.
Seems like that might be the case. It would be a pretty poetic ending to this round. Expand continuing to be strong, but now the next phase is going to be the challenging one. BRU on one side, GOW on the other, but right down the middle it's going to be the same zone, right into BRU! The challenge accepted by the reigning champions. Expand losing one. Too fast. Wasana springing to life. And Vamos spoils the fun. That could have been a moment for Expand, but Vamos ruins it. Maybe they can be the one that cleans it up, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Nah, they still 1 point away from Buriram, and that's not a smart idea at all. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know it was Buriram. Iza with a double Riptide rhythm, exposes Dew, but he does not follow up with the shots at all. Barricades himself in as the rest of his team members go down. Iza in a tight little spot. He can't get away from AG Global at this point of time. Even if he does, it's straight out of the pan, into the fire, into the hands of Buriram. Therefore, he just tanks the blue.
And one last grenade from Limit gets rid of Poppy, so that is Hua Esports out. 7 teams remain. BRU somehow survived that 2-pronged attack from very unlikely partners about to face off against PE Sports. LBT already chipped from BRU. Luo Melt is also gonna be thrown from behind. BRU continuing the onward advance.
Yeah, AG Global really stirring the hornet's nest here, but will not go in for the follow-up as Buriram circles into the compound of PE Sports. But PE Sports says hasta la vista! But LBT still tagged up. Wasana gets a double as Wang Out is flying in the air. What sort of a monster is this man, Wasana?
Absolute disaster. Wasana finds 2 knocks, and then GOW decided that they want a piece of that as well. PE Sports getting torn to shreds by 3 different teams in mid-air as Moshi is not done just yet. He also wants a piece of the pie. GOW out in 6, and BRU continues the push. But an unlikely survivor in this top 5. Vamos with 7 points.
one Malaysian team surrounded by 4 Thai squads. Yeah, you are dead meat unless Vamos just says a Hail Mary. No, they can't. It's wrong. Unless Vamos just says a prayer right now and, it's hopes for some sort of a miracle where they all engage with each other, ignoring the Malaysian squad that's dead center between all of this crazy stuff. McRory tosses out a grenade. Not a great idea. That teases Cypher. And now AG Global focuses on looking towards the eye direction. Buriram circles in towards Vamos as well. My goodness, boys, what have you done?
I think it's time for them to take a back seat because Emoshi just found 2 shots back to back. Stop and Caramel needs assistance right now. A duel. Good revenge from afar. That is the duel that we all missed. BRU in his sights, blew up, prop down, a bit of extra defense to work with, and AG recovers.
Falcons 4 points away from catching up with AG, but AG knows they're dead well. They are desperately trying to get away from them, claiming more points off of the battlefield. But Vamos, this is the most impressive run for them thus far, and now still surviving the onslaught of all of the Thai squad. And it is going to be the time turner that keeps them alive for a little bit longer. Katizi, though, a sliver of health goes down, and Jun, the final player. They still do have a Horizon line, but unfortunately unable to jab it within themselves. Attack all around now. The next victim is Falcons. They close in on their location. On fire wipes out the final player. AG Global attacking Buriram from the back. Falcon sidestepping this, stays away, and finally tosses that grenade in. It's now a 4v4, make that a 4v3 as Cypher gets dropped between Falcons and AG.
Falcons, they can taste that booyah. A back-to-back, second one for the day. It's a full squad. Look at Dio repositions onto the freeway with that portal goal. Does Falcon know about this? One more. He's trying to find a good position, but Dio, he's going to have a lot of free shots as Falcons quickly advances towards AG, but all the Blue Walls is stalling them out, and now Dio just free hitting them from behind. Falcons have no idea what is hitting them, but they are continuing the push. AG backing off slowly but surely. Tactical retreat. Both teams trading 1-for-1 for now. Stop is out of the picture. Cypher fighting on fire. AG Global having man advantage with the support from Dio from afar, and it pays off. AG Global with a booyah.
When push came to shove, AG Global saw Falcons right behind them, 9 points away from catching up with them, replacing them in the 4th place, and they said, hell no, not today for sure. We still have this on our side, but they haven't managed to run away from them just yet. But that being said, though, massive round for AG Global. Falcons keeping up the pressure by being the team in second.
And even though Falcons missed out the booyah, this is the 3rd round in a row that they made it to top 2. Out of the 3 rounds, including this one, second 2 times and a booyah in round 4. But I gotta say, AG Global Dio really stepping it out towards the very end, crippling BRU, and then the reposition for the final push, even though they were at a disadvantage at the start, to provide cover fire and support his team from an uncontested angle. This was the moneymaker.
This was the first massive round for AG Global in a long time. AG Global had 9 eliminations in Bermuda, 6 at Purgatory, 8 in Alpine, 8 in Kalahari, nowhere close to what they picked up on Nextera. A total of 16 eliminations plus the booyah, giving them a solid 28. A massive round for recovery for AG Global just to stay away from Falcons.
That is definitely a wet dream for any sniper player, just not being contested at all, no one disrupting you. You can shoot however you like. The firing range, essentially. This man off to a good start, but once more not able to close it out. Good to see that they took initiative, not knowing that BRU was lying in wait on the other side of the portal goal, but wasn't necessarily their fault, right? Vamos was the one who ruined the fun. But even then, Vamos had a good run themselves.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Expand picking up 8 eliminations, but finally faltering, where they only walked away with 2 placement points. A tad bit disappointing, because they were able to find some decent engagements, but this was that shot, the double. And I have no idea, because we were looking at from the perspective of Moshi, we were not looking at what Wasana was seeing. And Wasana just catches both of them in the air. It's crazy stuff. Impossible shots just made look so easy by Wasana.
Yeah, really felt, I mean, if you're PE Sports, your hands are tied, right? You can't even get mad that you got knocked out in that fashion. At first you thought, okay, it's Wasana, and then you realize, oh wait, well, Falcons now is a part of that. So nothing much you could do. I mean, Isa also got a freebie. So for PE Sport, unfortunate ending, but that means that they are still not able to overtake Heavy, who is not playing today. And that kind of stings if you're PE Sports.
I mean, Buriram earlier on, they needed about 12 points to catch up with RRQ. I didn't manage to see the number of points Buriram picked up before they got eliminated. So that's going to be the biggest question in my head before we catch up with the overall leaderboard. But in the meantime, the interview, of course, with your Booyah winners.
This is the team with no Kung Fu and Panda, but it is the team with the bat and the gun! 80! Yay! So, how are you today?
เป็นไงบ้างคะวันนี้
ก็เริ่มมาแล้วครับเริ่มมาเกม5แล้วเดี๋ยวเกมต่อไปก็น่าจะมาอีกครับ
Yay!
We are getting good and I think we will get another booyah on the next game.
Okay, although your team didn't play like an outstanding or didn't get a lot of booyah, but your team always keep a good performance as we see since the first week. Do you have any tips to tell us or share us about to keep your team performance consistency?
ก็นับจากอาทิตย์แรกจนถึงอาทิตย์นี้ก็คือทีม AG เนี่ยอาจจะไม่ได้บูย่าบ่อย แต่ว่าก็สามารถรักษามาตรฐานการเล่นให้อยู่ในอันดับต้นๆก็คือมีเคล็ดลับอะไรอยากแชร์ให้พวกเรารู้ไหมคะ
เช็คเหรียญกันดีๆครับเวลาจะชุบหรือไม่ชุบ จะชุบได้หรือไม่ได้ก็เช็คเหรียญกันดีๆครับ
It's like we need to calculate a lot on the FF coin in the game that we can revive the teammate or not.
Oh, okay. So, what team is your biggest enemy right now?
ว่าตอนนี้ทีมที่เป็นปัญหากับทีมเรามากที่สุดคือทีมอะไรคะ
ไม่มีครับก็เจอได้ทุกทีมครับ
Not at all. You all can bring it all.
Wow, I like that confidence. So, next question, I wanna ask that now we will see that all of the Thai team have a lot of improvement and did a lot of performance, a good performance. But there are some team that fans are worried about. Do you want to tell that, or do you want to cheer them up?
คือตอนนี้ผลงานของทีมไทยก็เริ่มดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆแต่ก็ยังมีบางทีมที่ยังแบบติดอยู่กับอุปสรรคเดี๋ยวแฟนๆก็เป็นห่วงกันมีทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะที่เราอยากฝากกำลังใจถึง
ก็อยากให้ทุกทีมไทยเลยครับผมว่ายังไงทีมไทยก็ได้เข้ารอบ12ทีมไปชิงที่อินโดทุกทีมอยู่แล้วครับ
To all Thai team, I'm sure and confident that all of us 5 team will probably go to the grand final in Indonesia.
Okay, last question. I want to ask you that how many percent that you have confidence to get this competition champion trophy?
เรามั่นใจกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์คะว่าการแข่งขันครั้งนี้เราจะได้แชมป์
99.9% ครับ
99.9%.
99.9%. What about 0.1% that you left?
แล้วอีก 0.01% ที่เหลือคือไปไหนคะ
เพื่อเหรียญไม่พอชุบเพื่อนครับ
Just in case I don't have enough FF coin to revive my team.
Okay, guys, we are about to correct the coin in the next game right now. So let's go correct the coin. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Humble answers, right? He's not talking about dominating. He's just talking about, yeah, these guys are way too good out there. We need more coins to continuously revive if we want to stand a chance. But you know, AG Global, they're not giving themselves the true respect that they deserve. They are one of the dominators of the competition. Albeit, that being said, not one of the predators, surprisingly, Husky.
Yeah, I think even for AG Global, right, we cannot forget the fact that some of them were just a stone throws away from a world trophy 2 years ago, and Dew being one of them. So it's good to see that they are feeling really good about themselves, even though they are not in first in any capacity. They are not afraid of any challenges thrown at them. I think that is a very good mentality to have.
Absolutely. Of course, still curious to see the points between AG Global and Team Falcon, as well as Buriram versus RRQ. But the MVP for this game, none other than the Dew. Monkey See, Monkey Do, and he does it best when he is a little far away from all of the competition. Look at the damage. 4,691, 3 headshots. We are not looking at the assists. I wonder how many assists this guy walked away with.
I can only imagine, right? Especially the final sequence where he is carefully tearing everyone apart. Of course, flashing the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. That's the official device that these players are playing on. See these crisp shots that felt impossible, made possible by what these players have in their hands.
I truly agree, man. I mean, if you got a solid device in your hand, that in itself is half the job done. The rest of it is your skill. And AG Global has got a lot of that to bring out on the battlefield, right? Double R1, one Beastin as well as the Dreki in their very standard setup. But running 3 Joseph and their nutty movement, with the Silver Spoon, just disabling all of those A124s as well as the slows that any one of those characters can bring out there. And that has truly shifted the meta quite a little bit in terms of how those passive skills are played.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even right now, you look at the overall stats for AG Global, it seems like all of them have been really putting out the numbers, right? Do and Star both having 5 eliminations each this game. But as always, Peter is somehow always on that Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, 5 eliminations, 4 eliminations, whatever it is, he's always there on fire, joining him this time as well. But, as usual, the common culprits out here as elimination leaders just bagging all of the numbers for the squad. It's good to see 2 players from the side of Falcon here, which means they did pick up a decent number of points. Still curious to see the standings for that particular game so that we can really assess where these teams are in the grand scheme of things, because it's really going to make a lot of noise for that final matchup as to how far they go and how careful they are with their approach.
Absolutely. And we'll see, I mean, look at Dew for almost 4,700 total damage. That itself is crazy, right? Even June, 12 knockdowns and then 11 headshots from Don't Cry. Very unlikely candidates that we don't usually even get to see in impactful players, but once in a while when you see them, it reminds you that they are here for a reason. For now, the moment belongs to AG Global. 28 big points after this round.
I mean, we past 3-4 games now, we've just been having an all-out Thai dominance here. 16 eliminations, 12 placement points for AG Global for a total of 28. Falcons attack all around and Buriram right behind them to complete the dominance from Thailand. Vamos surprisingly surviving long enough to give themselves 6 of those placement points through 7 eliminations, gives them a total of 13. Down at the bottom, Indonesia this time around. Luck just was not on their side.
Both Indonesian teams, RQ Kazu and Indostars, knocked out from the very beginning. Really feeling, I mean, especially for RQ Kazu, right? The round just started and they got completely obliterated. That one really kind of leaves a very sour taste. And Indostars to follow after. I think for RQ, they have one more round to make that mental reset. And if they don't, I suppose they have 1 week after this. But it's pretty disheartening to see how fast they tumble.
Absolutely, man. Just now 2 points behind Buriram. Buriram has taken that #1 spot away from them to bring the Thai dominance right back. And behind RRQ, just look at this. 4 Thai teams just lined up to rip away that spot from them as well. They have to be really careful though, because of course there is a little bit of distance between AG Global and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds not playing today, so today may not be the threat, but the threat of the Thai squads dominating this competition truly is there. I mean, I thought Attack All Around was not going to be joining the group up at the top, but it looks like, week 1 was just the soft week for them. Week 2, they rose back to the occasion. Now RRQ is under a lot of pressure. They are 2 points away. They're going to look to go all out here, but Buriram obviously is going to be looking for the same. The fight between Falcons and AG Global is there as well for the 4th spot. 17 points though between Falcons and AG. That's quite a little bit. So Falcons have to hope and pray AG gets down just like RRQ in the past 3 matches.
I think it is a minor feels bad for Falcons, knowing that even if they won the previous round, they wouldn't overtake AG, but at least they will be so much closer. Right now, they are a full round's worth, and that is assuming that AG doesn't perform well. But luckily for RQ, they still have a chance to overtake BRU. I want to see how close can AG and Falcons get to Twisted Minds by the end of this final round.
Absolutely. While Esports is in a good spot as well overall to overtake Bigatron Delta. They're just 5 points away from them to grab that 8th spot. But of course, if they put in extra effort, if they walk away with maybe more than 21 points, which is very possible for Hua Esports, by the way, Alpine is going to be the map where we get dragged into, where Hua Esports will be excited to show us exactly what they're capable of bringing out there onto the battlefield. So this one is about to be be exciting.
And to make it even more challenging, it is BRU's home turf, right? We're literally back on Alpine, so if there's any chance for BRU to score massive points, it is this map. And this was also the map that BRU set the record for most points in a single day. I believe 32 points. So far, unbeaten today. Maybe BRU can beat their own record in this final round.
Maybe they can. Picking up a average total of 17 points every time they hop on into Alpine. 2 booyahs at Alpine thus far. You know for a fact they are going to be putting up a strong fight. But guess what? The other team that has 2 booyahs here as well is the one and only RRQ Kazu. Currently 2 points behind Buriram, who are desperate to overtake them and maintain at least the dominance for Indonesia up on top of the leaderboard. Quite a number of storylines here for us to break down as this day continues. And as you can see, top 3 teams, Alpine, it's going to be Buriram, Bigatron Delta, as well as Attack all around. If you drop Bigatron from the equation, it's going to be Buriram, Attack all around, and of course RRQ.
BRU not too far ahead of Bigatron Delta and Attack all around. So Attack all around, in fact, for me, is a bit of a minor surprise. I was expecting maybe AG Global or Falcons to be there. So we'll see. I mean, BRU is still kings of Alpine so far. As much as other teams are catching up, they haven't been able to overtake BRU.
And Buriram is only the king of Alpine mainly through the eliminations. They do not have as many placement points. Attack all around has the most placement points in comparison to the other teams collected thus far, which is a total of 35. So that's very, very impressive. Like you, I am equally as shocked. If Attack all around can make some miracle happen through this Alpine map pick, of course, that's going to be a tad bit exciting to watch as well.
And and if anyone missed out the top 3 headshots, right? 2 of them are Twisted Mind players again. So, I mean, what can they not do, right? Most headshots, most knockdowns as well. This team is truly something. It's a shame they are not playing today, but we've had enough of Twisted Minds for week number 2. Hopping into final map, Alpine once more. BRU having a great chance of repeating a second booyah.
And it happens at nowhere else but Alpine. Let's hop on in here and see exactly where the flight path takes us. Thus far in the competition, the flight path has been the kindest flight path over and over again. So perhaps a little bit of chaos here would be appreciated.
See, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it also comes down to if some teams are willing to take those extra risks. Because truth be told, today, pretty slow day, right? I thought yesterday we've already had a pretty slow one. Oh wow, no, definitely not the opening I was expecting. Good for Falcons if that is the case.
That's the prediction.
That's the prediction right there. Well, for once it's not expand, so something we can be happy about. But Snowfall belongs to BRU as always, uncontested.
Attack all around and Hua Esports down in Malaysia. So this is going to be a explosive start for the Thai squad up against the Vietnamese team that's trying to make a strong comeback in here. Toda's going to have an early skirmish as well by the looks of things. For the time being, all eyes on Attack all around.
Attack all around. See, Jumbo did get tagged. And the Def, good pinch. And that's the first knock. They don't need to rush for any collection. The Jump God will be collected anyways. Limit with the return onto Def. Needs help right now in the tent. Limit himself losing half his health. And Poongod just finds the swing, catching Yanbin completely off guard. Attack all around response twofold.
Yeah, it's a beautiful play coming through from Attack all around. Getting the double, but the recovery is there as Yanbin is revived. Shin at the vending machine. Good block coming on through, and Poppy finding Foki is going to be putting them on equal footing. Attack all around now. From confident to maybe slightly curious as to how this is going to go. Shin really low on that HP. Poongod bites it, finds a couple of connections, but just not enough.
And it's going to be down to Limit all alone. No way to get to Poongod. Here comes Death. The rest of what? Death delivered to the doorstep. Not down just yet. 20 health from Shin, and that's all they need. Attack all around. Attacked from all around. Bar takes them out.
And Hua Esports, what a beautiful stand-up play there. But Indostars walking on in here, waltzing on in, trying to finish the players from this particular lobby. 3 already on the ground. 18 DF finding a double with the FGL of all things. But a timely recovery here. The revival onto Poppy keeps Hua Esports alive.
Most free 4 points that IDS could ever ask for. Just, Hua not really having much left in the tank. Gassing out at the end. Again, like you said, at least they got a revive. Meanwhile, June finding 5 headshots already from Vamos' side. Toda surrounding the members of AG Global, especially Cypher. He's all alone in that building. It should be easy picking. Cypher is overwhelmed. Zen with the knock.
It's a vending machine here for AG Global to bring that revival through. And as I say that, Caramel hits the button, spends some coins, brings Cypher right back in here. So insurance policy up in the air. AG Global can get into a scuffle. 1 man down, spread out all around here at Stadium. It does not seem to be a great start for AG.
It doesn't seem to be at all. I mean, Toda even 2 eliminations already. He definitely have the ability to go for more. Stop will recover his health a little bit, but Trap's gonna hunt for it. Shot from afar, but eyes on the prize. Trap with the knock, and that's point number 4 for Toda.
Yeah, shots from afar, and it's just about time before they catch up with that guy. It is due. Sharpshooter, but only has the farmers in hands. Backstab onto Wings. Cypher does get the knock. Zen goes in for the save. Cannot get to him. And Cypher gets a double. 7 now. Going in. Can he be the third one? Cypher, a sliver of health. Sidesteps it. Still alive. And barricades himself in with the glue walls. Back up from Dew from afar.
No.
And Cypher pulls the third. What a headshot.
Not only did the whole team of AG Global got revived, Cypher even picked up a couple of extra points on the way before he went down. Well worth it. But heartbreak for Toda after all the work they put in, only to be put down by their own team. Well, at least their own region. Expand, finding Dew, trying to run across the bridge as well. So the biggest winners for this, definitely Expand.
This is going to be some solid loot for Expand to pick off of Dew here. He wasn't very involved in that gunfight, so a freebie for Expand. 3 eliminations in hand. A great start for the Malaysian squad. But up top, Hua Esports, once again, the most fantastic one with the early engagement up against Attack all around.
Absolutely. See Hua themselves having 5 points now. Potential 6, but doesn't look too easy though this time. It's Falcons and they love a fight. Poppy is not going to get any help, so down to that individual clutch power. It's Peter as challenger number 1, and it's just not fair when Peter is in the building.
Not fair at all. Wow, the full revival already. Toda out of the equation, courtesy of AG Global. Vamos finding Hua Esports' players. I mean, all around the battlefield, just so much of action breaking down.
And IDS now up against GOW on top of the roof. Iza finally showing up. The sniper on ground floor. Not really the position that he wants to be in though. Cannot provide much support from outside. In fact, Liam, he might have a very good spot to work with if GOW does not spot him.
GOW just looking for the portal, go beam across towards the right hand side, and that's just going to give them a good flanking position. And down in Malaysia here, they also bring out the time turner. Is this an accidental click? Oh, just a few seconds too early, and Indostars, they bring in the thunder.
Coming in through the portal goal, Dian about to get swarmed. Good coverage, Ida takes down 18 Deer, and that is more than enough to allow Judah to recover. Raz wants to save his teammate as time turner. Dian drops down. They want to give them the opening to do so. Takes himself out with the grenade launcher. I suppose they did collect a point, but it does impact the chances of GOW winning out this fight with Rash showing up with a mini Uzi. GOW facing disaster, but Tun recovers it for them.
Vamos though out in 10th spot, and GOW finding that recovery, but also that gives a little bit of extra leeway for Indostars to really back away from this engagement. One quick revival coming on through, that player flying away, and straight now Liam towards the revival platform. Are we finally going to see the platform? Nah, there's no way it's used.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's going to be dropped
already back.
Yeah, this is it for Liam.
At least the rest of IDS lives on. They should be able to get him back.
Can he get it?
It's just a sidearm. Liam getting at least find one.
Oh, Don chills up. at the right moment will save his buddy and get the elimination point for the squad as well. GOW now just disabling the team for a little bit.
Tan putting in the work. 3 out of the 4 eliminations is collected by him. 9 more teams remain. 7.5 minutes in. Gonna be a pretty slow pace for the next couple of minutes, at least for now. We haven't seen BRU on the map as well. Falcons against Hua would be the next potential skirmish.
Where are they gonna turn around with this one now? As Hua Esports loses 1-2 Falcons. That response, but easy glue wall pick up onto Peter. And there's the portal go laid out as well. Falcons want to beam themselves across. One more. What a connection with the Parafal. Poppy stuck here. He's got the jump pad. Yanbin drops Coscu. That buys the team more time as that finds on fire as well. Falcons and their aggression just falling apart in the hands of Hua Esports.
And all that is made possible because of a snipe from Hua right before Falcons took that portal goal. I believe Peter got knocked down, so they had to stay back and get him back up. Really interfere with the fast pace that Falcons wanted to play, giving Hua space to work with. And Cypher not long for the World Exo looking to pick him up. That's 4 for Expand so far. Willingly tanking the blue and might even find more Cypher next on their crosshairs.
Death takes Peter out. Caramel bites the dust as well as Expand finds AG Global. This one's a little bit of a shocker that the team's just all out on the battlefield scramble. Esports will get corralled to a tight little corner here. Don't Cry is about to cry because there's no way in hell he gets away from this sticky situation. LBT from afar trying to back up the guy through those shots, but it's just not going to slow down the players of Buriram who are just overwhelming the players on the side of PE Esports. And Moshi with the chase on the vehicle with a sniper finding one. The connection is there, but the follow-up shot just unable to connect. Moshi could have gone 2 for 2.
The target managed to dip behind basically a wall. So Moshi, it's okay missing out on that one. Still, BRU having a great time. I think Hua also finding a very good round so far. Falcons on the other side. I mean, this is going to be Forest Red territory. But while skirting the edges, continues to rotate. 9 eliminations, tying up with Falcons.
RRQ still alive. That only means they can continue making a big fight for the #1 spot. Buriram has only picked up 2 eliminations so far, so not a lot has been done by the Thai squad who are currently holding on to that #1 position. So RRQ's dream still could be alive to end in the #1 spot by the time we close off week 2. LBT though, out in the open, and Demon finds the final connection through the Parafal. Instant deadly shots coming on through.
Nothing much that can be done in that spot, right? PE Sport struggling to recover, but they kept getting caught out in the open. One more facing the same fate, and this one is a freebie equivalent over to BRU, and Falcons not in a position to fight. In Coscu trying to gain as much distance as possible, but BRU, once they set the sights on you, it's only a matter of time before they catch up, and Coscu doesn't even make it into the building. His leg shot off by Wasana.
And he was literally one step away from hiding behind that wall. Wasana just way too good at these hunts. Speaking of hunts, Falcons on fire is the headhunter thus far. 8 headshots. And as I say that, he gets taken out by Isa and the Bison.
And BRU now finding a vending machine. The best possible pit stop to make. To start kind of recouping their resources for the potential final phase. Hua will be staring down against AG on the opposite end, and AG has been on the run majority of the game. See if Hua wants to take them on.
They've been on the run, but 6 eliminations in hand already. Still doing decent work to keep ahead of Team Falcons. Expand, on the other hand, will not find Indostars as the portal goal helps them find that quick reposition towards the center of the next safe zone. And if Expand continues the trajectory of Indostars and uses that portal goal, that may just put them at a disadvantage. But as Indostars rotate away, they find PE Sports out in the open.
This could be an easy crunch, but they gotta make it quick. With BRU on the horizon, this might turn into BRU coming in for a third party. LBT dispatch very, very quickly. Efficient and swift from IDS. The last one on the menu, Don't Cry. will also be eliminated. IDS 7 points.
Unfortunate for PE, just getting caught out again and again by teams, just finding no room for recovery at all. And Indostars making good work of that. And this is a full team recovery on top of everything else. Indostars did not have a fantastic start, but Falcons dropping, falling short out in the 8th spot. Therefore, they do not catch up with AG Global, who are still alive.
And AG Global can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Let's see if they can survive any longer, though. They've been under pressure the entire game. What a snipe! Dew finding Shin to prevent the rest of Hua from moving forward. Now AG launched a counter attack. Shin needs help. Yanbin will surround him with the glue wall, but in the shack as well. Death is gonna get picked back up, only to be knocked back down as AG tired of being pushed and shoved around. Cypher leading the pack to find 2 on his own, only to get knocked down in the process. Interference from Expand.
Interference from Expand at the right time, and that will give the Malaysian squad a little bit of an advantage. RRQ, on the other hand, just going back to their winning ways. Abe down on the ground, but the pickup's not going to be too difficult. Iza out in the open. There's just nowhere else for him to run, and therefore might be sacrificed here. But the vending machine helps JOW find one more revival before the final countdown towards that next circle, and he will survive. No! Demon sniped out of the air. Okay, there goes their insurance policy. Perhaps that's not going to work out the way we thought.
No, and Iza, he is really hiding in the blue. RQ, would they want to take that risk to go for an extra point? Does seem very juicy. Yep, they will. Juice will do the honors. They'll be isolated. Their tie rhythm, I think, went wide. So RQ, they're just gonna leave him be, as they will focus on the rest of the circle.
And the portal go brings them straight into the assault bunker. And that's a very good defensive spot to hold on to. Expand spotting out RRQ's move towards their defensive spot that they wanted to hunt down. So a tad bit annoyed, the Malaysians are. While esports, on the other hand, getting eliminated up in 7th. And those glue wall melters just going to make sure RRQ cannot barricade themselves in the assault bunker just yet. But they do have some pretty solid walls to work around with. So nothing much to worry about for the Indonesian team for leading the nation with points. Indostars, on the other hand, meeting Buriram at the very edge of the circle.
Yeah, Expand even put a poor goal on top of the bunker where RQ is at, but Indostars trying to run down BRU. Again, keep your eyes on Wasana, Moshi as well, finding, somehow always managing to find a good distance to support his teammates. And IDS is fighting on more than they could chew, and this is just not the fight that they can win. Executed by BRU. Moshi even turning his attention over to Dew. Bao does get Jonah, and just a snipe. They need to clean him up to make it count. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. The Tyranian from afar, supported by Expand, and Mikid gets shot down as well.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play coming through from RRQ, just disabling Buriram and not allowing them to enter the circle in one piece. 2 players drop Jonah and get high. But it is still a very deadly squad to deal with. You've got 2 of their best players, Moshi and Wasana, alive and kicking on the battlefield. You've got a CQC specialist and a long-range specialist. And this still keeps Buriram as one of the bigger threats out there.
At least they are not the full force. Expand looking very promising. Moshi, such a dangerous spot as Abai takes out Iza. Top 3 teams left. BRU, the only one that does not have a full squad, and now trying to gun for distance. Wasana sniped by Mikit. Eyes on the prize, the scope primed, and still gets picked back up by Moshi. BRU not done just yet. Expand's portal go is still there. Are they gonna take it? Are they gonna run into RRQ right now? Is this the chance?
It's all about the timing here. And Wasana fell right at Moshi's feet. And the pickup was possible, but grenade will find Wasana. And the pickup's still not going to be possible. Impossible for Moshi. Picks him right back up. A sliver of health taken away. Both Expand and RRQ now trying to focus all of the grenades towards Buriram. Axel up top, but can't do much.
He took the portal so early, and he's going to get punished for that. Impatience from Expand, and that might open things up for BRU. Wasana taking the opportunity to storm Expand, but they turn around and take him out. Damage has been done though. RRQ seizes the opportunity to isolate Moshi. Abai Ma'ar wants him dead. Moshi goes down. Dudes with the final shot. Expand. 3 left. As Achap around the corner sees Dudes right in his face. Miki gets picked back up. 3 against 4. RRQ Kazu with the man advantage. Time Turner and Blue Walls protecting Razor. As Ma'ar takes down Mikit. Expand. A bit of an impatience. A bit of a misjudged movement. led them to the spot, to the finishing line, but it's RRQ that will look to cross it. A recovery at the very end of the day, and RRQ Kazu will deliver.
They start well, they end well, but what's most important is they grab the booyah, they grab the extra point, and they grab their #1 spot on the overall leaderboard. But I'm sorry, RRQ, the survival of Expand was pretty fancy this time round. The Malaysian squad that has been struggling for the longest of time. Many questions have been asked throughout this whole day as to what the team can provide out there on the battlefield, and their performance wasn't too shabby at all.
A good final round to end week number 2 for Expand. Really felt like that could have been a chance at Booyah for them, but all things considered, not too bad. The best we've seen as far in the knockout stage. For RRQ Kazu, this is the mental reset we've been looking for. Completely bombed out in the past few rounds, but to end the day, to end the week with another Booyah, cementing themselves as one of the best.
But this, sometimes curses can turn out to be a blessing, and the curse for RRQ in the past 3 games is going to eventually turn out to be a blessing, because if RRQ had managed to dominate those games just like what they did last week and build up a strong lead up against Buriram, unfortunately, they are all still very young players. The ego game will 100% catch up and put them at a disadvantage later on in the competition. This way, when the points are so close and if you slack off, you're going to lose that #1 spot. Other teams are going to overtake you. You're just going to remain vigilant out there on the battlefield, which is what Indonesia needs.
Yeah, and I think RRQ Kazu has definitely gone through the entire ride of, being at the top and sinking to the very bottom. Final round definitely proved that. I think it's a bit of a surprise that on the other end that Vamos got knocked out so early. Oh, not Vamos, Falcons got knocked out so early on, right?
Yeah.
And it makes AG Global the winner of this race, at least for the end of week number 2.
Absolutely, man. I mean, at the end of the day, all of these teams, they come out here, they want to do their best. They desperately try to outdo each other. But you can never tell exactly what the RNG of a Battle Royale has got in store for you. So you just need to be the better team to have those micro responses each and every single moment out there to be the very best. And unfortunately, you can plan, but the execution is all dependent on what happens out there when the other teams get involved with this whole chemistry mix as well. And Expand just happened to be the anomaly this time around, just ruining quite a number of teams' opportunities.
Yeah, and Vamos and Toda right now having a good time thanks to Expand.
Yeah.
Again, towards the very end, they had the right idea, but the execution a bit off. And RRQ, props to them for having the foresight to see that coming, right? Like
yes.
The fact that EXO got taken out that swiftly really put a stop to Expand's grand plan. But nonetheless, RRQ Kazu, they read the circle well, they got a bunker to work with, and they were able to survive until the very end. This is a good closure to RRQ, to how they started the day. I want to hear what the boys have to say in this upcoming interview.
Congratulations again and again, RRQ Kazu! Finally got Booyah again, and I want to chit chat first with you. Hi, dude.
Halo.
Okay, first of all, what did you guys improve from the first week to this week?
Oke, pertama-tama kita mau tanya apa yang kalian perbaiki dari minggu lalu di minggu sekarang. Apa yang kalian perbaiki?
Yang kita perbaiki mungkin gameplay tim sendiri sih, kayak late game-nya doang.
We improved our gameplay, especially at the late game.
Okay, slowly but surely. I like it. And do you have a target team for the next week?
Kamu punya tim yang kamu targetin nggak sih untuk next match di minggu depan?
Minggu depan belum ada sih, kita lebih fokus ke tim sendiri dulu. Mungkin minggu depannya lagi ada.
For next week, there's no team that we're targeting because we're still focusing with our team. But maybe for the next week, after next week.
Okay, are you sure? Maybe Thailand team? Nothing? Come on.
Gak tahu, lihat nanti aja.
Okay, we will see.
Iya, he said that.
We will see later. And last but not least, maybe you have anything you want to say to them?
Ada nggak sih yang kamu mau sampaikan untuk
to opponents?
Ada yang
Sorry.
mau kamu sampaikan nggak ke lawan-lawan kamu?
Mungkin yang ganggu-ganggu drop zone kita hati-hati ya sih di week 3. Yang ganggu-ganggu di drop zone kita hati-hati aja di week 3.
Okay, so for the teams that is always bothering us, I don't think you guys will make it for the third week.
Okay, this is a warning for each team. Okay, once again, congratulations for RIQ Kazu! Okay, so I'm Baby Lee. See you later in the next week. So our caster, take it away.
I can see the excitement on Baby Lee's face. I can hear the excitement in her voice. She's just dying for some trash talk. She's just asking all of these questions. She's just baiting these players. And the Indonesian players are like, yeah, that's nothing. Nah, we don't want to flex on anyone. Finally, she got something worth to scream about.
Best part is that she even added a bit of flair into the comments of dudes, right? They don't think we didn't catch that, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Yeah.
I mean, RQ, Kazu, again, it's the spearhead of the region. So to be able to come out strong at the end of the tunnel, some might still say it's not good enough, but at least they finished strong. So week 2 concluded, RQ at the top. What more could you ask for?
But is it confirmed at the top though? Because they were 2 points behind Buriram, and
That's
Buriram
true.
was in that final circle. I am not too sure exactly how many eliminations Buriram had because it was just way too chaotic when Wasana and Moshi were alive there. So, you know, it could still be a very close fight, but either way, RRQ grabbing the Buriram really pushes the needle towards their side in terms of ending up in that number 1 spot. I do agree with you. There's a high probability they are there. But Buriram, I'm just curious if or not they were able to keep up through those eliminations, if not the Booyah.
I believe it's going to be down to the wire, right? The margins are going to be very small. But RRQ, 7 Booyahs across, 24 rounds that they've played so far across 2 weeks. That is very, very impressive.
Yes. I mean, I cannot ask for more, and I cannot believe what I'm seeing because usually it would be a Thai team. If it is not Buriram, it's someone else from Thailand. You very rarely see an Indonesian team come out here and dominate the leaderboard like this. Perhaps on the world stage, when we've got teams like Brazil and all playing in them, maybe. So this is a huge step for the Indonesian region as a whole, and a huge step for players like Razor, Ma'al, and so on and so forth. 2 eliminations from Razor. He's the MVP this time around. Ma'al's going to be a little salty about that, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Razor, he is the rusher. He is the one that gets down and dirty, gets his hands stained with blood of his enemies, and he gets the job done. And yeah, I mean, RQ, they almost have a quarter of the available Booyahs, which is a crazy thing. And Razor is a big part of that, right? Being able to kind of rush into these fights with the support of not just Ma'al, but also Abe High and do it, especially Abe, who also, with that young passion, loving to fight and having these dynamic duo together makes it very, very hard to deal with.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, look at the eliminations here. Ma'al still does get the 4 onto his side, but the 7 assists from Razor just put him 1 notch above Ma'al this time around. Many of those eliminations were mainly courtesy of Razor's play, always opening up those gunfights for the rest of his team members. And of course, Dutz and Abe had those follow-up shots. Ma'al tossed in a couple of engagements in there as well. So overall, not a very massive game. I mean, 7 eliminations through Ma'al and Dutz alone, 10 if you include Abe, 12 overall for the squad, for a total of 24 points in this final game. Was it enough to undo the usual dominant and rampaging Buriram?
Could be just enough, to be very honest. Let's take a look at the elimination leader for this round, Peter. He always makes it there, right? Like even in rounds where Falcons get completely washed, Peter somehow finds his way into that Hall of Fame. Of course, accompanied by Moshi, Def, Iza, and also Too Fast.
Absolutely, man. I mean, Peter at this point of time, if we just want to take his stats from today, he's got an average of 5 eliminations per game. That's average eliminations some teams walk away with, especially if they're lingering somewhere around the bottom of the leaderboard. But key players as well, once again, Hua showing up with death This time, he does not bring the eliminations, but the damage is just mind-blowing. 3,958 damage out there on the battlefield. 11 knockdowns from Moshi. Couldn't really find the follow-ups this time around. This could be an indication as to where they stand in the overall leaderboard. But of course, on fire with those headshots. Definitely fire plays.
Absolutely. I mean, Moshi again delivering as always. MVP leader so far. Ma'al still in first place. Of course, Wasana, Diamond, Xbor, and Dew both tied for with 3 MVPs, with Wasana having the most eliminations as expected.
Yeah.
But man, Ma'al really the rising star, unexpected rising star of RRQ Kazu.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, with Wasana holding on to the title of the biggest predator out there on the battlefield, as far as the MVP leaders go, he is not too far away from Ma'al. A little unfortunate for Ma'al that he had to lose out to Razor for this particular matchup and really grab his tally and run away with it. But it's okay. At the end of the day, this is still just week 2. We have got 4 more weeks here at the knockout stages for them to pick up those MVP titles.
Plenty of time to work on things. 24 points
God.
for RQ Kazu. Expand getting 19. A rare sight nowadays, and BRU also not too far behind. 18 for them.
This is insane. I mean, first of all, Expand getting 19 is insane, but RRQ doing just enough to overtake Buriram at the top of the leaderboard is just a tad bit more insane because of the fact that this team was struggling the past 3 rounds, couldn't really get away from getting eliminated early.
I think the best part is that, you know, Indo Stars overall have been having decent rounds today, right? Like we talked about them starting today at the very bottom of the overall leaderboard, but with the collective efforts they put in, they have managed to shoot up to 15th spot, just 1 point ahead of Expand. So now officially, Malaysian teams are at the bottom 3.
And up on top, RRQ takes their #1 spot back to end week 2 as the champions for the time being. Of course, Buriram just a few points behind them, 4 to be specific. Twisted Minds, who were not playing, have now dropped to the 3rd spot, 35 points behind Buriram United Esports. And you can just see a lineup of Thai flags there. AG Global, Falcons, Attack all around right behind them.
And then your weekly predators for week number 2, Wasana again is the man. 43 eliminations, almost 20,000 total damage, followed by Moshi with 37 elims, and then Ma'al with 36, and then Limit and Peter tied at 34 apiece.
Saming grabbing the title in week 1, Wasana grabbing the title in week 2. Either way, Thailand still stays dominant as the predator week after week. But slowly but surely, we see that the Indonesians are trying to catch up with them. But I just do not see an Indonesian as consistent as some of these Thai players. I mean, if it is not one of these winning teams from Twisted Minds or Buriram, Peter just keeps having so much of pressure out there on these other players.
Peter is kind of like the gatekeeper, right? Like you gotta be consistently beating him, to overtaking him to be at the top. But the fact that the week 1 predator is Saming and week 2 is Wasana proves one thing. These 2 lads who were previously from Magic Squad, they are something else. They are special.
They most definitely
It's crazy
are.
to imagine that they both used to play on the same team and they finished pretty strong in FFSI.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the journey hasn't been all that too crazy since FFSI, right? They've only been taking bigger steps. The prize pools have been decent, but like you said, Wasana still the uncrowned king. They haven't really won a trophy for themselves to really solidify the lineup that they have thus far.
Even Saming has 1 trophy, so I mean, hopefully Wasana is going to be the next one. It's only a matter of time, to be very honest.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been absolutely fun bringing this show to you guys. But this also brings week number 2 to a close. It has been fantastic, but not as explosive as week 1. So when we come back next week on Friday, we hope to see you here, same place, same time. This action, we promise you, is going to get bigger. It's going to get better. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky and all of the other casters that you've spotted thus far. We wish you goodbye. See you next week. Nice one, bro. Good job, bro.
To the show.
Cheers, man. Good night.
Just bye. Good night.
Thanks, Gaunt. You take care, brother. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.